Hello!
Hello! It's us! It's me! And Raymond's here! It's great! I'm very happy about
here.
it. You are here! You're not on stream with me a lot. I like that you are on stream with me. Medvi, thank you for a hydrate. And Who, thank you for 16 months!
I am definitely not currently locked in her basement.
No! Thank you for the hydrate, Pixels. You have 20 more points and you need more redeems. A lot of redeems have been turned off for this stream just because we have a lot to get through. Talking about a 200 plus episode anime. Hi, Solomon! Hi, honey! Who else is here? There's so many people. Hello, Pixels. Hi, Summonon! Honey says that they're gonna free you, so, you know.
Please. It's been 10 days.
It's okay.
He hasn't given me any food.
If you... He's not in my basement. It's fine. If you haven't watched the anime,
That's just what
it's
she wants you
fine.
to think.
It's fine if you haven't watched the anime, because we're gonna go over everything. But just, you know, if you're worried about spoilers, you're gonna get spoiled. Because we're talking about everything in this anime. Because I love this show so much. I only watched this show for the first time last year with Raymond, but you watched it like when you were 12, didn't you, or something like that? 'Cause it was one of your first shonens.
I was 12 or 13 when I first watched this.
But it's a very good show. It's got some of like the best character designs and some of like the best story and character arcs in my opinion when it comes to a shonen.
Yeah, like especially on a shonen front.
Oh yeah. I think like
it's got some good shit.
I think everyone gets like a decent amount of time to Pixels, you've both watched and read it? Hell yeah. I think everyone gets a decent amount of time to shine in this show, which is really good, which is something that shonen usually struggles with a lot. That there's always usually like one character who doesn't get any time, but even Ryohei, who really gets sidelined for a lot of like shit in the first half, gets like good screen time later, which I appreciate. And like even people who don't fight get like good time focused on them. So for those of you who don't know, Reborn is, so this started out as a gag manga that eventually turned into like a battle manga and then eventually an anime. So the show is about that kid in the middle, Suna, Sawada Tsunayoshi, who is like a normal kid who slacks off in school. This weird baby shows up at his house and is like, "Ayo, you're the next mafia boss. And I'm here to train you." And Suna's having fucking none of it. Thank you for the hydrate.
Yeah, he's like, no.
He's like, no. Throughout the entire show, is like, no, I don't fucking want to be in the mafia. And the first part of the anime is very, very different from the rest of the show as a whole because of the gag manga. But they make it work to their advantage, honestly. They make it a very integral part of the story and use it as the entire motivation for Suna to, like, fight. Which I think is really, really cool that they were able to find a way to take those chapters that they already made and turn it into something so important. I did also want to clarify we will be covering the anime, not the manga. So those last two arcs, I have not read those last two arcs yet. I am reading the manga. There's also...
Yeah, just for the clarification on that one.
There's also...
The manga goes an extra 2 arcs.
There's also a lot of
the anime.
Big differences in the manga compared to the anime in terms of like censorship. The manga's a lot bloodier.
A lot bloodier, a lot darker in some places.
Oh yeah, thank you for the hydrate. And there's like a group of characters that the anime just took out altogether because they were just so terrible. I hate we don't talk about Longchamp here. Longchamp sucks and had no purpose. I hate him.
Yeah, Longchamp was cringe.
He was big cringe. Not a fan. Did not end up being a good... Did not end up... Naito? Oh! I think I've heard of Naito. But that's like a manga exclusive. Yeah, so We're not talking about Longchamp. And also, I think the anime censored some good stuff, because the thing is that, for those of you who don't know the daily life premise, Naito is Longchamp. Well, fuck that. No.
Yeah.
It sucks. I don't see, that just shows you how little I remember about Longchamp. Just non-fun characters. Just not fun to be around. Like, I tolerated him in the first chapter he showed up, and anything after that, I was like, why are you here? He was meant to be a foil to Suna, but ended up being a really bad foil to Suna, and I think Dino works way better as a foil to him in the first place. I think Dino works way better as sort of an opposite Suna. Or even Zanzus. Even Zanzus works better as a foil to Suna for just how, like, he treats people. But, yeah, like, the manga had a lot of stuff that the anime kind of took out. Like, for those of you who don't know how the premise of a daily life episode usually goes, is there's a conflict, someone's in danger, Reborn shoots Suna with a special bullet, Suna goes into what is referred to as dying will mode, which basically takes the motivation of whatever you regretted when you died and resurrects you so you're able to do that thing. However, dying will is so powerful that Suna strips to his underwear every time. It's weird. And
it's definitely a part
weird.
of just like the gag manga aspect
and then
of it.
In the manga, they had some of the girls do that, and in the anime, they're like, we're not doing that. And I'm like, I appreciate that. That's not good. Sounds like you. When the stress of everything gets...
Sometimes I just get so overwhelmingly powerful that all my clothes explode off my body. And considering how fancy my attire is, that's very unfortunate. Gets rather costly.
Well, then don't do that then. Oh.
Are you telling me to contain my power?
Little bit. Does it make sense in context? Kinda. They explain it more in the first, like, serious arc of the anime. But, yeah. I want to kind of just talk about Suna as a character, though. Because I feel like he's really different from a lot of... Suna's not like other boys.
Yeah. He's not like other
he's
shonen
not
protagonists.
He's not like other girls.
He's, like, really insecure.
Dude, but, like, most shonen protagonists... We're talking about Hitman Reborn. Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Which was... It ran in, 2008, I think?
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, somewhere around there. But fucking Suna as a character, like, in comparison to, like, I'm gonna use Naruto as a comparison here, because they were kind of running around the same time, for a while. While Naruto was very, like, gung-ho and ready for anything, Suna's fucking attitude throughout the entire show is, I did not ask for this, get this the fuck out of my life, please. Just the entire time wants nothing to do with this at all. Morgan! Thank you so much for the raid! So Shikamaru, yeah, like, imagine a really anxious and frantic Shikamaru. Hello, for those of you who don't know, my name is Dimensional Eliana. You can call me Eliana or Ellie for short if you would like. I am a Dimensional Hopper and variety streamer, although today I am not playing any games. Today, Raymon Kastille and I are talking about, one of our favorite animes ever, Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Thank you for the hydrate.
Yeah. Also...
Raven, can you shout out?
She's a cutie.
I'm not cute. Shut up. Raven, can you...
Important part of knowing
can you exclamation
for all
mark
you new
SO,
people here.
Morgan, please? I'm not cute. Anyways, thank you for the posture check. Go follow Morgan! Thank you. Yeah, no, Suna's very different. I hear complaints sometimes that Suna's, like, a whiny character, but... I don't think that's a fair assessment either, because...
Yeah, because if some random, like, baby walked up to you and said, hey, be the next boss of, like, the biggest mafia in Italy.
And also your friends are going to be in constant danger all the time. Like...
And also you're going to be in constant danger all the time.
Yeah, so just... Anytime shit happens, he's like, I want no part of this. Why am I being dragged into this? Crime boss moment. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, reborn. Yeah, well, Suna's not as smart as you, Revan, okay? Fucking... That is a quest, and that's exactly what Reborn does. This baby shows up. Suna has no idea who this child is, and is like, I'm here to train you. Fucking, let's go. Do it. I love Reborn as a character, though. Fucking, they made the title character a very fun character. Who made that suit? Don't worry about it. But he's not a baby. That's the thing. You think he's a baby. He's not. He's the most powerful hitman in the world who was cursed to be a baby. Like, he was an adult in the past.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird. When I found out that his little pacifier has lore, like, really important lore, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? But it's so...
It's just one of the deepest pieces of lore in the entire series.
It is. This baby's fucking pacifier. He's got 6 other baby friends who show up throughout the series. No, but he's the best baby hitman out there. He's the best one. But no, like, Reborn is so good. He's funny, he's witty, but he's able to also, like, he's the epitome of, like, the teacher who acts like he doesn't care, but is absolutely doing everything for a reason. He's kind of like, he's kind of like, I'm gonna compare him to Kokichi from Danganronpa V3, where it's like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? And then, like, oh, wait, he's kind of got a point. Like, a lot of things that Reborn does in, like, those slice of life episodes is putting Suna in these situations that are not life or death, but high stakes in, like, the small scheme of things. Thank you for the hydrate. Like, when he's like, yeah, Suna, you are going to swim race against these other boys for, like, to protect the honor of Kyoko and Haru. And Suna's like, why are you putting me in this? I don't want this. This is literally just training for, like, there are going to be times where you're going to have to do things that you don't want to do against a big group of scary people. It's better to figure out how to do that with a group of bullies rather than a group of people who will kill you.
Yeah.
Hi, Zeno! How are you doing? We're talking about Reborn.
And also, yes, Summonon, don't worry. We will get to the pacifier.
We will get to the pacifiers. Do not worry. We're trying to go in the order of, like, characters and then plot, if that makes sense. Although we might jump around a little bit.
Yeah, there's gonna be a little jumping around, but we're kind of following a general path of, as we talk about the characters, we will slowly get into plot.
Yeah.
As it pertains to the situation.
Also, Reborn's chameleon named Leon turns into his gun in the anime. That's not super important. I just felt like I should point it out because it's interesting.
The shape-shifting chameleon, but in the manga, he just straight up has.
He just has a gun.
A bag full of guns.
He's got so many. He is not afraid to resort to violence at all. But honestly, I don't want to give him all the credit for the reason Suna is the way he turned out he is in the end, but Reborn cares about Suna probably as much as Gokudera does.
Yeah.
He cares about him probably just as much. It's, like, even with the small things, his love interest gives him a good luck charm during the second big arc, and when, like, we enter the last big arc, even Reborn is like, do you still have that charm? Like, because he knows it's important to Suna and he wants to make sure he keeps track of that stuff because he knows that it's gonna make him fight better. Head body ratio, neck.
Yeah, the chibi is just to show that he is baby.
Yeah, so the babies are drawn like that. Everyone else is drawn pretty normally. I tried to grab all official art. If fan art made it in by accident, I'm very sorry. No, that's his dying will. So the reason Suna's able to go into this mode is because of the willpower he has. Because a lot of people, there's critiques around how he just kind of changes overnight, and I don't think that's fair. Because Suna does not care when it comes to big affairs within the Mafia. He only actually cares and only has will to fight when people are threatening the people he cares about. Because he's had all those experiences with them throughout daily life, throughout those slice of life episodes, which is why I don't consider those slice of life episodes filler.
Yeah. It is very much the fact that Suna does not fight for any, like, big, grand thing. It's not like, oh, I have to...
He doesn't care.
Like, he doesn't care about the Mafia half of things. He actively goes against, like, no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, he wants to be there for his friends.
He made all these friends, and when they're threatened...
Reborn helps him have that confidence to be able to stand up for them.
Exactly. It's yeah, very Ike. Yeah, exactly. He wants to be there specifically for his friends. He wants nothing to do with the Mafia. He literally just wants to go back to living ridiculous daily life shenanigans with his friends. And honestly, I respect the hell out of it. I respect it. I don't know how much Gokudera respects it, though. I love Gokudera so much. This fucking kid, I swear, shows up when he finds out that Suna's gonna be the 10th boss, has just the rudest resting bitch face that there is, and then turns on a dime when Suna saves his life. Which, like, is kind of played for laughs. Yeah, those are individual sticks of dynamite. Oh, absolutely. Gokudera gave himself dynamite, or I guess Shamal did. We're not talking about Shamal. Shamal didn't get his own picture because he sucks, and he's a pervert, and I don't like him.
Shamal is just, he's a bit yikes.
The only reason I tolerate Shamal in the anime is because literally everyone is like, Shamal, you're being a creep, stop it. No one endorses his behavior. Everyone is like, fucking stop. And I appreciate that. I think Gokudera has one of, like, the biggest arcs in the anime, though. Because, like, again, he immediately goes from, I'm gonna kill you, to, oh my god, I will follow you to the ends of the earth. Like, I respect you more than anyone else after Suna saves his life. But that's, like...
See,
go ahead.
I feel it's a little misleading to put those two statements back to back. The arc is not him going through that, because that all happens within the course of a single episode.
That's what I'm trying to say, but... sorry, I'm bad at phrasing! But what I'm trying to say is that, like, we find out later, when he's trying to train for a very big, important fight coming up, that he does not value his own life. At all. He gives no fucks whether he lives or he dies. And that is the reason that Shamal refuses to train him, is because what's the point of training you if you're just gonna throw your life away? And during, like, the conflict of the rings, which is an arc we're gonna get into in a little bit, the big, like, conflict for who's going to be the next successor, Suna or Zanzis, who's the villain of that arc, everyone has to fight for their respective position. And Gokudera has an opportunity to win, but that'll cost him his own life. And it doesn't really... nothing gets through to him until Suna says, what's the point of winning if you can't come back and we can't watch fireworks together like we used to? What's the point in winning if you don't get to be with us? We're not fighting for the Mafia. We're fighting so we can come out of this alive and enjoy each other's company. And just, I love that. I think so much anime talks about, like, oh yeah, like, he's not afraid of death at all. He'll put his life on the line for his friends. And it's like, but is he brave enough to try to come back alive? I don't think a lot of anime touches on that.
And, like, I feel like another really key thing with that is that a lot of anime has, with the power of friendship. But like
Exactly, it's easy to die,
it's
it's hard to live.
but Reborn takes that idea a lot more seriously, where they like that friendship is really important. It's not just something they say to be like, "Oh yes, because my friends believe in me." They really value the like idea that no, these people are really good friends and they don't want to see bad things happen to each
And
other.
again, that's why I think like daily life is so important, because I think if you were to like, because a lot of people think that stuff is filler, but if you skip that, you miss the entire point of that fight, of Gokudera choosing to live instead of choosing to die for the sake of the mission.
Yeah,
You
because you
entirely
got
miss
an
the point.
episode where they were watching fireworks. You got to see those things that Suna like wants him to come back and do.
Exactly. You get all these fun moments with Gokudera helping Suna with all sorts of different things, whether it's like teaching him how to swim, or watching fireworks with him, or trying to reach a goal for selling the most chocolate covered bananas. Like, you get all these fun little moments that really build up why Suna wants him around. Because you get to see how they met and how their entire friendship builds into those important moments. Also, hi OMG, I hope you're doing well. It's really important. I know Gokudera takes the family really seriously, but it takes a while for him to take the friendship seriously. I think there's a frame in the manga that, like, I know we're talking about the anime, not the manga, but I think there's a frame in the manga where Suna's like, I like Gokudera, but I wish he would treat me like a friend instead of a boss.
Yeah.
Chapter 61. Yeah, I think that's the one. Thank you, Zeno. We just fucking got Zeno, who's got the whole manga memorized, who's like, I got you.
Hell yeah.
It's great, and I think Gokudera is kind of the foil to Yamamoto, actually.
Yeah.
Fucking, I love Yamamoto, but he's such an idiot.
Yamamoto has some mad himbo energy sometimes.
Yamamoto is just the himbo of, well, Ryohei might actually be the himbo. I don't.
Yeah, Ryohei's the real himbo.
Yamamoto's very oblivious, though. Yamamoto in the anime joins around the same time that Gokudera does. I think they're introduced in the same episode. And he really likes baseball. Not gonna lie, that was kind of his character for the first little bit. This is a good refresher on this golden classic. I'm glad! Yamamoto and Gokudera has the same loyalty to Suna. Exactly. So they have the same level of loyalty, but Gokudera is very much based on the family. Yamamoto's loyalty is very much based on the friendship. And this is kind of another part where the manga and the anime differ slightly, is to kind of express how much Yamamoto likes baseball. In the manga, like, the whole baseball team is depending on him, and they're like, Yamamoto, like, what's going on? You're kind of, like, losing your grip at baseball. And he kind of comes to Suna and he's like, I don't really know what to do. And Suna's like, oh, just train more. And Yamamoto trained more to the point that he, like, sprained his wrist or something. And without baseball, Yamamoto was like, I'm gonna jump off the roof. And it was like, excuse me?
Yeah, it gets a lot darker, whereas in the anime, they don't really touch on that.
He broke his arm.
His arm.
That's what it was. And then in the anime, they kind of just introduce him at the same time as Gokudera. But both of them have the premise of Yamamoto thinks that the whole mafia thing is just a game. He has no idea it's real, no matter how much weird shit happens. Even when a tank comes to, like, fire a ball at him, he's like, oh, this is such a silly game of dodgeball. Like, it makes... I love this man, but he's very stupid.
Yeah, like, whenever he's given, like, as, like, they did, like, after, like, basically, like, an explosion goes off, and it's just like, oh, those were fireworks or whatever. And he's just like, okay.
Yeah, he's just like, alright, I believe you. Yeah, the anime kind of implies that they were classmates before, but their friendship didn't really grow until after Yamamoto joins the the game, quote unquote. Yamamoto thinks it's a game even when they go to, like, find after Suna was kidnapped by the Yakuza and they beat them up. Yamamoto is very strong. And I think, because we're never told specifically when he knows it's not a game anymore. There are predictions that he kind of found out in the first serious arc. There's definitely... Yamamoto suffers the most out of anyone in this fucking show. Because this man, he's so serious. He's so, like, carefree. Not very serious. Learns how to, like, sword fight from his dad. His dad teaches him kendo in preparation for, again, that big fight with the rings for the positions of the mafia. Yeah, no, we are talking about this boy. We are talking about Yamamoto. Yeah, Yamamoto did help him. That's true. Yeah, there's predictions that it happened either early future arc or just straight up the Varia arc. But I think his fight with Squallow definitely cemented it. Because Squallow is also known for being a very big sword user. But they have very different outlooks on life.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
just to
yes, he
address
does.
the sword itself isn't magic.
It's, yeah, this picture of the sword, it's encapsulated in the same type of fire that you saw in Suna before. I tried to find good full body pictures of everyone, and this was the one that I could find.
Except it's a different type of fire, and we'll probably get into that in a certain bit.
Yeah. Wait, you met people who don't like the Squallow and Yamamoto fight? I love that fight. I think that's one of the best fights in the Varia arc. I don't think it's just because of the training, though. Like, part of it is, but I think it's also because Squallow was so certain that he had it in the bag that he didn't realize that Yamamoto could be taken seriously. Yamamoto and Squallow have very different outlooks on how they follow their boss. Squallow gets repeatedly abused by his boss and chooses to follow him anyways. Yamamoto follows Suna because he respects him. That's sort of the big difference, I think. Yamamoto's okay on taking a more laid-back approach to life, and is willing to step up when things get serious. He wanted to be Kirito for a minute. I guess so. But it really hits me in the future arc when we find out 10 years later, because of everything with the Mafia, that Yamamoto's dad actually dies as a casualty. And that breaks my heart, because there's, at least in the anime, there's a time where they go back for a week. And they take time for Yamamoto to go see his dad while he's still alive. And just spend time with him. And I think that's one of the most heartbreaking things for me in the series, is the fact that he knows his dad isn't gonna make it in 10 years. So he knows to cherish the moments he has now with him.
Yeah.
It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. It's possible that Suna's parents died during the future arc, but we don't know that for sure. They take the time to focus on Yamamoto and his dad, and for Yamamoto to really take something seriously. And for just the happiest, most laid-back character to have to deal with going back to see his dad when he knows his dad is gonna die, I don't think anything... I think there's only one other moment in the series that broke my heart as much as that, which we'll get to it. If you've seen Reborn, you know what I'm talking about.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. But let's talk about Kyoko. I like Kyoko. This precious bean. Why is it so zoomed in? Let's zoom out a little bit. Kyoko, chill out a little bit. This is the girl that Suna likes. This is one of the two girls in the series who, like, does not fight at all. It's really interesting. Kyoko and Suna remind me of, like, Jeremy and Candace from Phineas and Ferb, where if you watch it as a kid, you think she's oblivious to Suna liking her. But as an adult, not only is she aware, she likes him just as much. These characters are about 15, I think? I think they're about 15. They're like...
Around there, yeah.
Yeah, they're like last year of middle school or something, so they're like 15. Or no, Ryohei's last year of middle school, their second year. Yeah, they're 14, Ryohei's 15. So, the thing was, there's a lot of criticisms around Kyoko because people just think she's kind of bland and that she doesn't fight. I agree, she doesn't have too much... She doesn't have as much depth as other people personality-wise, but her role in the series is still very, very important.
Yeah.
Yes, she's motivation for Suna to keep fighting, but I will never forget when she was the one to figure out how to use Suna's weapon. Like, later in the show, Suna gets a box weapon that has, like, an animal inside of it, and he cannot get it to cooperate, no matter what he does. He's trying as hard as he can to figure out how to get this thing under control, how to listen to it, and it's Kyoko who comes to him and is like, have you tried just being kind? Have you tried just being a friend? And I think that's really important to give something like that to Kyoko. Because I think it shows that Suna's under so much pressure that he's not really acting like himself anymore, and that she's kind of able to call him out and be like, hey, I don't think that you're thinking clearly. Have you actually tried this? I think that's really important, and I think that's something that gets overlooked a lot. And there is also a point... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
They put a lot of value on, like her beyond just being a love interest.
Yeah.
Like, she is a pretty standard, like...
shonen love interest.
Yeah, shonen love, very feminine, very much on that front. But, like, while she is not part of the main action, they still put a lot of importance on her as a person, and there's more ways for the characters to be important and useful than just being a combatant.
Yeah. From the first chapter to the Varya arc was 1.5 years. Oh my gosh. Did that much time pass? That's wild. I did not realize that much time passes in the show. Yeah. And there is a point eventually, where she and the other girl, Haru, go on strike. Where they say, we are not talking to you until you tell us what's going on. Because they get dragged into a lot of the mafia stuff, and the boys refuse to tell them. Because they don't want to, like, put pressure on them. But they're like, you can't keep us in the dark about this forever. We're not talking to you until you decide to tell us. And I think that's a really important episode. If anything, I think that episode happens, like, pretty late in the show. I wish it would happen a little earlier. But the fact that they even took an episode to say, no, this is unfair to the girls, and they want to know what's going on, I think is really, really important. And I very much appreciated them putting that episode in and having the boys be like, yeah, you're right. We have not been fair to you. We need to tell you what's going on. I think is very important. I think Kyoko's very good. Again, definitely the blandest out of the main cast, but that doesn't mean she's got nothing going for her.
She's the most grounded out of them all.
Yeah. I do love Haru, though. Haru's fucking great. This silly little goober, I did not like her a lot at first, because she's got a massive fucking crush on Suna, and Suna is clearly not interested. So, I kind of get why, like that's why I just wasn't a big fan of hers, because it was like, dude, she's not interested, please stop. But she is very entertaining. She likes making costumes. She has a lot of fantasies about being on the water. She's very thirsty for Suna, and she's definitely the loud voice of between her and Kyoko.
Yeah, the two of them share a very good friendship, and I personally enjoy that a lot, because it's very easy for these to fall into, like, oh, there's two love interests, so therefore they have to hate each other.
No, these two are besties.
Yeah, they both found out that they go to, like, the same cake shop when they want to, like, treat themselves, so they make it a thing, like,
they have
to
special
just
cake
meet
day
up and
together.
have cake together.
If they get married, their cake is gonna be so extravagant. On the water. Yeah, no, Haru gets a lot of, like, fantasy moments of, like, her and Suna, and a lot of them are either, like, on a boat or, like, on a cliffside near the water. It's very, very interesting. They did go dying well in the manga. I'm very happy they took that out of the anime, because the manga had them stripped to their underwear, and that's very, very awkward, because these are young girls. I will say about Kyoko, though, she did go into dying will because her, in that chapter, Suna's mom was like, thanks for, being my son's girlfriend, even though he's no good. So when she got shot with dying will, she went to go scold Suna's mom, and Suna thought it was because Suna's mom called her his girlfriend, when in reality, she went to go scold him because he called her own son no good, and she was like, how dare you!
Yeah.
I thought that was very sweet.
Yeah, it's an important thing to note, like another big difference, we'll probably get into a bit later, but Suna's mom is a lot meaner in the first bit of the manga than she is in the anime.
She's so mean.
Because in the anime, she is just the most wonderful person
just
ever.
Precious cinnamon roll must protect Suna's mom. To see Kyoko choking Suna's mom animated, could you imagine? That's right, yeah, she did shoot herself because they were playing Russian roulette. Yeah, Suna's mom's really mean in the manga. Something else I love that they did with Haru is during the future arc, Haru does these little, like, chibi interviews with, like, all the characters. And it's such a nice little touch to be like, let's get to know the characters a little bit more. And I love it. Hi, Hades, I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, it's also a good way because, like, because the future arc is over half the show.
It's from, like, episode 74 until the end of the show. It's ridiculously
which is 200 long. Episode 203.
We got an ara. Ara.
Alright.
I hope that satisfied you, Hades. I love the Haru interviews. I think they were a very nice addition to the show, especially because the show gets so serious with the future arc. It's really nice to have something that just is silly and fun and has little jokes with the different characters. My particular favorite is the one at the end of episode 123. Yes, I memorized the episode because I like to go back to it. Where, it's mentioned that Mukuro's hair looks like a pineapple. So he keeps summoning pineapples and throws them at one of his subordinates. It's very funny. Future arc is not your favorite arc, but you know people really like it. It's a very good arc. There are things in the arc that I really like, but I'm not sure if I have a favorite arc. It's very good, and again, I think this was just a very clever use of Haru's character to have her do these fun interviews with characters from the show, and it's like, you know, it's the main characters. There are some, like, less frequent characters that show up as well. Like, I think they interviewed Giannini at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, it's a really nice touch for them to do. The manga-only arcs are your favorites. I've heard a lot of good things about the manga-only arcs. I just haven't gotten there yet. We gotta talk about Ryohei, though. The real himbo of the group. So this is Kyoko's big brother, who loves boxing more than anything else and is so enthusiastic about everything that he is in dying will mode all the time. Like that flame that Suna has on his head that he can only access when he thinks he's about to die and he's about to live his last regret. Ryohei lives like he's about to die 24/7. He does not care. He is ready for anything.
He lives his life to the extreme. To the point where anything extreme related is his catchphrase.
Yeah, but he takes such a fun approach to it. Like, he's so excited for every day. And it's just really fun to be around him. He's honestly the main reason that extreme! He's the main reason that Kyoko and Haru don't find out until later, because he made this promise to Kyoko that he wouldn't get into big fights if he didn't have to. Because she blames herself for him getting that scar that he has on his eyebrow. He did fight a bear! He fought a bear, but also played a video game with the bear.
Yeah, no, he did not throw hands with the bear. They just
They played Street Fighter
stood at an
together.
arcade machine of playing a fighting game
He
together.
was like, let me fight a bear! And he fucking plays Street Fighter with the bear. It's insane.
But yeah, like, and the excuses he comes up with for, for,
It's always sumo
because there's one or two
related.
times when, like, Kyoko is, like, shows up when something's going on, and she's like, what's going on? And he's like, it's a sumo contest.
Every fucking time something mafia related is happening, he's like, it's a sumo contest. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
And she's just like, okay.
It's
She trusts her big brother.
they have the same level of I will believe literally anything you say that Yor and Yuri have in Spy Family, and I'm so here for it. They're also, but unlike Yor and Yuri, they're a good sibling relationship that is never incestuous, which... Why does that happen in anime?
It should not have to be a point.
Space Jam! Thank you so much for
Hello.
the raid! Hello, hello! For those of you who do not know, my name is Dimensional Eliana. You can call me Eliana or Ellie for short if you would like. I am a dimensional hopper and a variety streamer who plays a variety of games. But today I am not talking about games. Today my friend Raymon Kastille and I are talking about the anime Katekyo Hitman Reborn. How was your stream? You were playing Minecraft. How was it? Come on and slap. And welcome to the jam.
Yeah, we were saying that, like, it is a very unfortunate trope
That anime has
in
incest
anime
siblings.
that, like, if siblings care about each other a lot, it ends up slipping into incest.
Which
but
never,
this show
it never happens
doesn't
here.
do that.
It's so, I shouldn't appreciate it this much, but it never happens. Zeno, thank you so much for subscribing. I really, really appreciate it.
So
You finished your house
it
and
is
got
just
mobs. Hell
really,
yeah.
it shouldn't have to be a big plus, but it is a nice plus that they just don't do that.
Mhm.
Like, we are shown a genuinely caring sibling relationship where they just care about each other, and that's it.
It's, their sibling relationship is one of my favorite things. It does happen a lot in anime, and it's something I really appreciate that Reborn avoids. Mentality Japanese people have with siblings. Yeah. It's honestly the amount of, again, that's why Kyoko doesn't find out until way later, is because Ryohei doesn't want her to know.
Yeah.
It's not something he wants her to know because he doesn't want her to worry. He doesn't want her to stress about it. He wants her to be able to live a normal life. And eventually, like, when Kyoko and Haru are like, we're not talking to you, it's okay if you haven't watched it, don't worry. We're talking about everything.
Yeah, we're going over the whole shebang.
Yeah, when his sister Kyoko and Haru are like, hey, we're not going to talk to you until you tell us everything. It does drive a wedge in their sibling relationship. It's something that he has to deal with, of like, do I let my sister be mad at me and continue to protect her, or do I be honest? It's really important, and I think is just, I love that episode so much where Kyoko and Haru are just put their foot down with it because Ryohei is so insistent that they can't tell them, and Suna is the one who makes the call of no, they deserve to know. Yeah, we're spoiling it.
Yeah, we're going over.
We're spoiling the whole thing.
Over everything.
Everything. That's why we started the stream earlier than normal, was because I was like, I don't know if we have enough time. I also just need to say, I'm mad I didn't grab a picture of all of them when they're in their future forms. But Ryohei has the biggest glow up in 10 years. He looks fucking amazing. I know there are people who aren't a big fan of how he looks in 10 years, but he looks so good. He looks amazing. I love his look. Also, this man does not know how to relationship. Dude finds out that he gets into a relationship in 10 years and just kind of yells about it because he's like, what do I do?
He is just big himbo energy.
He is the group himbo.
No idea what to do.
Group himbo, big punchy boy, and I love him. He's just a cool dude.
during one of his training arcs, one of the key things is just like, okay, relax, take a break. It's like you've already got like all like the training technique down. You can do all the running you need to do. You are very strong.
Just
You've
lay
already
down.
trained all that up. But sometimes to do the best job you can, to be able to fight as best as you can, you need to take a break and let yourself regenerate and relax.
Rest is productive. It's great that they're just like, hey, working hard is important, but so is taking breaks. It is Hana. It is, yeah. If you look at the
they don't directly ever say it.
But they both have the exact same picture in their houses. And it's just the other person's face who's blocked out. They're together. Yeah. But I think, do they show it? I don't remember them showing it.
Like, at least not in the anime. In the anime, they
they cover one of their faces always.
They half show it a couple times.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it absolutely makes sense, and I'm very much here for it. But yeah, I think it's really cool that they're able to tell that kind of lesson with Ryohei, to be like, hey, it's awesome that you're training hard. Make sure you take a break too, so you can just regain your strength back. And I think even just today, like with how much people overwork, I think that's really important. It's just a good lesson, and I like it a lot. You know who people don't like a lot, though? Fucking cow child Lambo. Now this kid, unlike Reborn, is actually 5 years old. I like Lambo. I like him now. But when I first started the show, I fucking hated this child. Because all he does is cause problems for Suna and eat all the snacks. And it's rude. And he's a big crybaby. He wants to prove that he's, like, as good of a hitman as Reborn is. And Reborn... That is a lot of hair for a child, I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Lamborghini. Lamborghini.
But yeah, like, he... No, the horns are not part of a hat. The horns are an accessory.
They are an accessory.
But, like, he's part of, like, a kind of...
A different family.
Yeah, a small-time family. So Suna is becoming the head of the Vongola family. He's part of, and Lambo's part of the Bovino family, which is kind of just a small one. And
no one for the Bovino family ever comes to get him. They don't care about him. Like, Lambo runs into this one kid at one point, and the Bovino family sends that other kid an apology crate. They're like, we're so sorry that you had to deal with Lambo. Here is a care package. And no one cared about Lambo until he showed up in Suna's life. Where, even though, like, they scold him all the time, it's very clear that Suna, Yamamoto, Ryohei, even Gokudera, who, like, pretends that he doesn't like him, they all care about Lambo. Suna's mom really cares about Lambo. Oh yeah, the Bovino family's thrilled that Lambo is someone else's problem. And again, I really didn't like Lambo because of how much trouble he caused, but when every member of the family is forced to fight someone else, including Lambo, they really make sure to drive home the fact that he is just a kid. He has no fucking clue what's going on. He is 5. He is just a kid. He has no idea what's happening. There's no way he could comprehend what's going on. And I think that's really important to, like, comprehend and understand, because I did not cut him that slack until the Varia arc. They're all kids. But Lambo especially is just this small child who really just wants attention, because he clearly didn't get it in the Bovino family. And
and he grew up in a mafia family.
Yeah.
So he has, like, a very, like, a boastful personality, because that's kind of what, like, was the norm for him.
Exactly. Why is there a sheep in my Ellie stream? But, Lambo has some interesting weapons with him that he likes to carry around, including a 10-year bazooka that allows him to trade places with himself 10 years in the future for 5 minutes at a time. Thank you for the hydrate.
And kid's got a glow up.
Kid gets a glow up, first of all. Yeah, so just when shit goes wrong, Kid uses this 10-year bazooka to swap place with... Does it really mean cow? That's amazing.
Wait, you didn't know that?
No, I had no idea. It's like how I didn't know squallow meant shark until way later. I had no clue. Or that colonello means cardinal.
They're literally just the cow family.
I had no idea. I mean, it makes sense. But yeah, every once in a while when things go wrong, Lambo trades places with his 15-year-old self, and his 15-year-old self is, for the most part, pretty competent. Still a little bit of a crybaby. They probably live on a farm. Yes, the farm family.
They deal with all that high stakes agriculture crime.
Yep. That's why he's such a bad hitman. Cause he only knows how to farm. Damn, fucking wild. But he is really able to do a lot more as his 10 years in the future self because he's finally on the same playing field as everyone else. It's really cool to see because there are times where they're like, 15-year-old Lambo, like, we need your help with something. And he's not able to stay for a long time, so he's not able to provide, like, all the help in the world, but it also shows that just he does mature and that the way he acts when he's a kid is because he's just a kid. Yeah. No, exactly.
Also,
yeah, yes. The 5-year-old
That is exactly how that works.
Yeah, the 5-year-old goes 10 years into the future and goes and deals with that stuff. I don't know. They just refer to him as adult Lambo for some reason.
Yeah. It's just one of those things where like, oh, adult Lambo, and it's like, but he's 50. Adult Lambo.
Yeah, they just call him that because it's like it's just supposed to be grown up Lambo, or like Lambo when he's older. Adult Link is 17, true. If Lambo became this mature because he has Suna and the Guardians as role models, it's true. And it's revealed later that, you know, it's like Lambo was raised mainly by Gokudera and by Futa, which we'll talk about later. But there is another child that we need to talk about. I love Ipin. Ipin is wonderful. Does this guy get to use information from the future? Yes and no. We find out that the adult Lambo is more from a parallel world rather than our direct timeline.
Yeah, so there is... It operates on multiverse theory. There's multiple different timelines, and the 10-year bazooka picks from a timeline. It doesn't necessarily... It's
not the same Lambo every time that we get. But every Lambo has used the 10-year bazooka before, so they all know what's going on. At the very least, I'm pretty sure every Lambo has a 10-year bazooka. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Ipin, though, because I love Ipin. Ipin is so precious. This small child who, first of all, is going to become one of the best assassins ever, because she's also being taught by a magic baby. Similar to how Suna's being trained by Reborn, she's being trained by a magic baby as well. And I really like that in the anime, they put him in the anime in episode 6. Like, in the manga, you never get to see Ipin's master. Until way later. The sentient rice cracker. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the way they drew her, but she is very sweet. And she's just kind of part of the family. And she becomes, like, the best assassin ever. And she's, honestly, even at the age of 5, can fight really well. Byakuran screwed all of Lambo's clones up. But I do think it's really cool that in the anime they put her master, they put Fawn in episode 6. They just cover him up with like a cloak so you don't know that he's an Arcabaleno. I just thought that was like...
And it is something just like Ipin is Chinese, and In the manga, how they handle that is she just speaks
She just
Chinese,
speaks Mandarin, and Reborn
and
translates for her.
yeah, and Reborn translates for her, whereas in the we're in the anime for making it a little easier, they just have her speak not the best Japanese.
Yeah,
It's a little
or just
broken.
shorter phrases. Yeah, that is just a tiny braid on her head.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she sometimes also gets affected by the 10-year bazooka. And she is so cool, except for the fact that she gave up being an assassin to be a ramen delivery girl. And half the time when she gets... Oh yeah, her 10 years later design is amazing. She looks so cool. And half the time, she has no idea what's happening when she gets summoned. She's like, I need to go deliver this ramen or Mr. Kawahira's gonna be upset with me. It's a much better design choice for her in the future. And honestly, when stuff gets serious, sometimes she does just show up to kick ass. And she's ranked as, like, one of the strongest assassins for her time, which is really cool. But I respect that she gave it all up for something else because she realized it wasn't what she wanted to be.
Yeah, because she's working as a ramen delivery woman so that she can pay for college.
Hell yeah. When you say bazooka, I mean a bazooka.
Yeah. So Lambo quite literally has a bazooka that instead of firing an explosive, shoots someone 10 years into the future.
Yeah. It's
then
a
replaces
big
them with
purple
their
bazooka.
self from 10 years in the future.
Yeah. Chad Ramen Deliverer versus the Virgin Assassin. Thank you for that.
So just because both her and Lambo are younger, they just have it so that sometimes when Lambo uses the bazooka, she ends up getting affected as well.
Sometimes it hits both of them. Sometimes it just hits her. Usually it just hits Lambo, though. But I do think it's very nice that we do get to see them when they're older, because it's like, yeah, they are kids, but kids grow up. Kids mature. And I do really like that.
Yeah, and then in both the manga and anime, when she's older, she does get a like she is more fluent in Japanese at that point.
Yeah. The best assassins know how to disguise themselves as ramen delivery people. Exactly. But, you know, we can't finish talking about the Vongola family without talking about just... I don't want to say everyone's favorite character, because he's not my favorite character, but this is the one that all the fangirls have. Like, fucking Hibari. Hibari is the head of the school disciplinary committee. He's your least favorite? Amazing. I don't even know who my least favorite is.
Spicy take.
All the fangirls are gonna be so mad at you. So Hibari is the head of the disciplinary committee, because he probably intimidated whoever else was in that committee out of it. Really? He's your least favorite character, Yogi? This is so interesting. Hiba the Hedgehog. So, Hibari should have graduated from school by now, but he chooses to come back because the dude is an objectophile and loves the school that much.
Yeah, he has a very strong, because they go to a school called Namimori Middle School, and he has a powerful obsession with it. We do not know how old Hibari is.
I think he's 17. Genuinely, I think he's 17. I think he's supposed to be in high school.
There's no confirmation of it, but he is supposed to be in high school. He has intentionally stayed there
because
just
he likes the school.
To stay around the school more. And no one will do anything about it because everyone's afraid of him.
Because
there's an episode where they spend most of the time in a hospital, and the head physician at that hospital basically treats Hibari
like
as if Hibari runs the place.
Hibari chased out the Yakuza for their town. Like, he's the Yakuza in their town now. The Yakuza are too fucking scared to be there. It's wild.
This town's, like, crime ring is Hibari and the school disciplinary committee. He's
just that fucking strong from day one. in the anime, they even have it where before the volleyball game starts, it needs Hibari's approval. Like, I'm convinced that Hibari is going to become the headmaster one day, not because, like, he got the education for it, but I just assume one day he's just gonna kick down the door and go, this is my job now, and they're just gonna go, okay. That is, his entire personality is, I love my tiny little bird, and I love my school. I will bite you to death if you hurt either of them. I dropped my water bottle!
Now!
I got it, it's okay.
Yeah, he is incredibly strong, and if you do anything to the school, if you damage anything, he will kick your ass.
And he will enjoy it. Dude's a fucking sadist. Tense, sick, and powerful. If you take them out, the group becomes more balanced. Yeah, no, Hibari could absolutely fucking kill someone. Oh, no. People have pulled guns on him, and he just kicks their ass before they can shoot him.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there was a point where someone who's really good at playing dead shows up, and they make a point of like, no, Hibari would help hide the body.
Yeah, he's like, fuck, okay, fine.
Hibari knows how to handle a dead body, and you just have to accept that fact.
Yeah. It's, the thing with Hibari is Hibari, I think, is the one character that doesn't go through an arc, which I'm okay with. Because Hibari is not so much a character, he's more of the person you call when things are getting fucked up. There's a point in the series where it's like Hibari is surrounded by well-trained goons, and it's like, you're worried that they kicked his ass because it cuts away from it. And because, like, that's what gets reported, but it was reported that as a cover-up. And it's like, you really thought Hibari would have problems with that? No. I do think it's good when they give Hibari more character when he trains Suna in the future, where he helps Suna get stronger and is like, listen, if you want to protect everyone, you have to beat me, and I'm not gonna hold back. Like, I respect that a lot about him. Oh yeah, he's a cool guy who's very strong, and that's about it, and fangirls love him.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's kind of the, like, typical, like, on the edgier side.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's so aloof and distant, and that makes him, like, really cool. But personally, I do very much enjoy his character, just because, like, they're not saying they're being like, oh, you like him because he's just, like, a genuinely, like nice guy to be around. It's like, no, when he shows up, someone's getting their ass beat, and it's a good time.
It's very fun. He's very fun to watch on screen because you know that someone's ass is gonna get kicked. And I do think he has a very fun rivalry with Mukuro, considering Mukuro is the first one who was able to beat him after exploiting a sickness. But to explain how strong this character is, he had multiple broken bones and continued fighting anyways, got possessed, and the person who possessed him went, fuck, this body is broken, and then left the body because they were like, I can't use that, that's broken. But Hibari was able to still fight it for some reason.
Yeah. Also, like, we'll get into a bit more later, but this man has more resolve than anyone else in the best way possible.
Oh my god! I forgot about that! Yes! He has so much dying will because he's so passionate about the school. But the dude is straight up an objectophile. Which is interesting because normal dying will Suna was able to keep up with Hibari in the manga. It's true, because I think Suna and Hibari have very, very similar levels of, like, passion and dying will and a desire to protect what they care about. It's just for Hibari, it's the school. And for Suna, it's his friends. It's very interesting. But I do like him a lot. And it is very interesting that he is also very, like, tsundere about being in the family. Like, 10 years later, he's like, no, I'm not actually in the family. My base is just next to yours. Like, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Is directly connected to it.
Yeah, he's like, no, I'm not part of the family.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning there.
Yeah.
Like, because dying will flames are basically the way you can summon them more naturally is just like a strong amount of resolve.
Yeah.
Like there's something I really want to do when I channel that resolve into power. For him, it's spite.
Spite is the most
Spite and
powerful.
being annoyed.
Yeah.
Like
It's great.
like the person who trained him to use it knew that, like telling him, oh, you just have to like really want something doesn't work for him. They're just like, if you're like the way to fuel this is annoyance. And that and he channels him being annoyed at people into the strongest flames we see. Like,
It's
he just
insane.
produces more flames than other people to the point where, like, the flames get channeled through rings, and he shatters most rings he puts on because the amount of
He
power
uses
that he's
them like
outputting destroys them.
he uses them like condoms, guys. It's a one-time go and that's it. Then he's gotta grab a new one.
Because they literally cannot handle how much resolve he has from just being annoyed at people.
It's insane. He was so mad that like he wasn't gonna be able to finish off an enemy and that it was gonna get replaced by his past self. He was like, damn it, fine, it's up to you now. And when past Hibari came to like kick ass, he didn't know that he had to channel his flames properly and kind of just destroyed part of the base. It's insane. He's ridiculously powerful and is definitely like a last trump card. During the fight over the rings, like Zanzis, the villain of it, is like, oh yeah, Golemask is gonna beat him, no fucking problem. You're expecting this like massively hyped fight. Hibari beats it in one hit. And then throws the ring back to the judges and is like, I don't fucking want this. He's got the same thing as Suno, where it's like, I don't want to fucking be in your family, stop that! And it's like, no. You're in the family. Hibari's...
Yeah, Hibari is fucking powerful.
He's insane. And he's very fun, but he's not who I fangirl over.
No, we'll get to them.
We'll get to that later. We gotta talk about Gokudera's sister. We gotta talk about Bianchi. Cause Bianchi's very interesting. Whatever she cooks, or I guess whatever she touches eventually, becomes poisonous. Straight up. I fear this woman. I used to not like her because she, like, thirsts over Reborn, which is really weird when you don't know that Reborn is actually, like, 40 years old.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that, like, it's definitely a relic of the gag manga half, where it's like, this person really likes this hitman that's a baby.
Is Bianchi the cause of COVID? Yo, she might be. I wouldn't be surprised. So the reason she wears goggles is because Gokudera was forced to eat her cooking as a kid, and he is so traumatized by that when he sees her face, he passes out.
Yeah, he has a reaction as if he, like, ate the poisoned food again.
It's insane. She gave Gokudera PTSD and anxiety. She did!
Yeah, pretty much.
She did. But honestly, she still really cares about him, which is another really cool sibling dynamic you get to see. Because Gokudera and Bianchi are only half siblings. They have the same dad but different moms. And Gokudera kind of resents Bianchi a bit because she got to know her mom growing up, but Gokudera didn't get to know his. And then found out that his mom, like, died. But she never, like, holds it against him. She never holds it against him. She always wants to be there for him, even if she forgets to wear the goggles sometimes. So their dad was a slut. No, their dad just married twice. Or their dad had an affair or something.
Yeah, it was an affair.
It was an affair, yeah. Gokudera was an affair baby.
Yeah, so no, their dad was a slut.
Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I wanted to say something about her, and now it fell out of my brain. What was I gonna
But
say?
she starts off just very much like at the beginning, she just has a very obsessive personality towards Reborn. That's kind of like her shtick is, oh, she likes Reborn and she wants to kill Suna so that
Because Suna's taking up all of his time as a tutor now.
yeah, and eventually you start to move away from that. Uh she also had an ex-boyfriend
That's what I was, and
who looked like
exactly
adult
like adult
Lambo,
Lambo.
except they closed the other eye.
Yeah. Did she go to school with Dino and Squallow? Damn, I want to see a chapter about the three of them in school together. That would be really neat.
Yeah. Also that's a quick side note I want to touch on. Because like there's a lot of characters who like have like special monikers. Like she's also known as the Poison Scorpion.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like that a lot of characters will call each other by their monikers.
Because it's
Where
a
it's like,
mafia and they know each other outside of the manga or outside of what happens in the show.
yeah, so it's just a really nice bit of world building where it's like, oh yeah, no, like Dino, like Squallow has heard of Dino. They haven't like really met properly before, but they're aware enough of each other just through notoriety.
Yeah. Like everyone who says
And
that they have a reputation actually has one and it shows throughout the show, which is really neat.
yeah, but yeah, so her ex-boyfriend
Romeo.
Romeo, uh, is she like I can't remember exactly what he did to her,
He
but she ends up killing him.
And then every time she sees adult Lambo, she thinks that's Romeo. So she goes after him. I think he cheated on her, honestly. I think that's what happened.
I think he cheated on her.
And no. So there's an episode. It's one of the very last daily life episodes where they're doing like like a test of courage kind of thing. I think he did cheat, yeah. And Suna's like terrified, and he runs into who he thinks is Lambo 10 years in the future. Only to
He
eventually
thinks
learn.
that Lambo got scared during
Yeah.
during the test of courage and just
Only,
yeeted
only
himself
to
into the
learn
10
that it is Romeo, and Romeo's trying to kill Suna, and Bianchi shows up to send Romeo to hell a second time. It is the best payoff to any running joke I have ever seen, because I never thought they were ever gonna actually do anything with that. I thought it was a stupid gag from the very beginning, and then they actually used it for something, and it was fucking brilliant.
So her ex that she killed for cheating on her comes back as a ghost to drag other people to hell with them, and she sends him back.
A major test of strength. She's so strong. I love her so much. She gets a little bit of a backseat in the Varia and the Future arcs, but throughout daily life and the Kokyo arc, she's very, very important.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Futa though. I love Futa. Futa is a what is he, 8, 9 years old psychic child,
Somewhere around there, yeah.
who can give you fortunes. Or rank you. So he was the one who said that Ipin is the third best assassin in the world when she's older. He's got a cool scarf. But his readings become entirely nonsensical in the rain. So there's an episode where they're like, oh, who's Suna's true love? Suna's number one true love is Reborn's chameleon.
So yeah, it's basically his ability is he can rank anything.
Mm-hmm.
You ask him oh, how strong am I? And he can be like, okay, out of X number of people in this category, you are ranked this in strength.
Yeah. Or it can be these are your 5 best defining features about yourself, which I think he did for Haru.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I wish we got more of Futa as well, but I think the best thing we get is when we get to see him 10 years in the future, and we learn that he's really the one who raised Lambo. He's the one who turned Lambo into, just a good, decent human being. Nobody
Yeah, he
thinks
was a
he's...
good big brother for Lambo, essentially.
I mean, so the thing, Summonon, is that Futa's kind of in danger a lot because of his abilities. A lot of, like, different mafia families are trying to get their hands on him to exploit him for his ranking powers. But it's kind of hard to just walk into, like, someone who isn't mafia and be like, hey, this child can rank anything in the world. But he has a big book of rankings where he writes down everything, so maybe he has figured out the cure to cancer.
And they do also note, there's this thing which is an actual thing in the real world, called omerta, which is basically the mafia vow of silence. You don't talk about mafia shit to non-mafia people.
Yeah. So he can't actually tell them.
Yeah, so because he is associated with the mafia, like, his rankings and whatnot are covered by omerta.
Yeah. So he can't actually tell anyone else, but it is a very big, important thing to protect him from, like, other families. Exactly. Rank, what's the best way to not fucking die? He's a very good, wholesome kid, though, and I want nothing but, like, happiness for him in general. I love Dino, though. Dino is fucking amazing. So,
The bucking bronco.
The bucking bronco, or prancing horse, sometimes it gets translated to, but I like bucking bronco more. So Dino was Reborn's student before Suna, and he is the boss of a smaller family, and he's very level-headed and very cool.
Yeah, the Calvone family.
The Calvone family, yes. And he loves his family very much, and we love Romario very much, which is like his right-hand man. The thing with Dino is that if his men are not around, he's fucking useless.
He's entirely incompetent.
He needs the pressure from his family to do well. Otherwise, he'll, like, literally accidentally whip himself in the face or trip on his own pants. And it's just like, you poor sweet cinnamon roll, what is your problem? Why are you like this? Thank you for the hydrate.
He is entirely incapable of doing things by himself, but just so long as one of his subordinates is around,
or he thinks they're around,
he has the ability to do what he needs to do.
Yeah, he's a very good mentor figure for Suna. Thank you for the posture check, because he's he used to be exactly like Suna, where he wanted nothing to do with a mafia at all. But now that he's sort of in that position and he's comfortable with it, he's willing to talk to Suna about stuff and be like, hey, I know that this is kind of sudden for you, but you're gonna be okay. And, like, this is kind of how I've dealt with stuff. I think he's a really good mentor figure. I wish there was more of another mentor for Suna. Oh, he was more. Yeah, honestly, same. I think he's really cool. I wish he showed up sooner in the future arc, but he doesn't. He also trains Hibari. Yeah, he's the reason Hibari joins the family. And it's not like, I'm gonna train you. It's like, if I beat you in a fight, you have to join the mafia. Just straight up. And Hibari's just like, I bet. But, no, yeah. Dino's got a very good heart. He's very caring. He's just kind of a dumbass when his family isn't around. So sometimes you get really excited that he shows up, and then you're like, wait, where's Romario? Where's the rest of his family? Oh no, he's gonna be shit, isn't he? He's very strong when his family's around, though.
Yeah, we adore Romario. Romario is a good dude.
Romario's just a good bean who just wants to be there for his boss. I would say that Dino is probably, I don't know if he's stronger than Squalo, but I'd say he's definitely about just as strong as Squalo when Romario or his other family members are around. So, we've talked about characters. It's time to talk about plot. It's time to finally talk about the story, like, properly. So something I want to mention before we actually talk about the Kokyo arc is that in the manga, all of that fun slice of life stuff happens before the first serious arc. It all happens in a string at once, all these fun daily life episodes, and then it's one heavy plot after another. The anime is a little bit different. What the anime does is the first 19 episodes are fun slice of life. Then we get this first big arc. Then we get about 7 more episodes of daily life. We get another big arc. We get a little bit more daily life. And then it's the final arc of the show. Which I think is honestly, from a writing perspective, a much better way to pace the show. Because it allows you to have that breathing room between each of the heavy arcs. It's okay, we did some heavy arcs, let's have a little bit of fun. But it also reinforces Suna's goal for returning back to daily life, I feel. I know some people like all the daily life beforehand and then all serious at once, but I think it's just a much better way to pace the show. I don't know what your full thoughts on it are, though, Raymond.
Yeah, I mean, like, I personally like the fact that it's split up a bit more, because, one, for people who, like, need a bit more of a hook than, like, people just hanging out, which, like, again, like, is important, but, like, it helps get people in a bit more and just give them a taste of, okay, here's where this can go.
Hey, there is more to the show.
Yeah, but also, yeah, just giving them the breathing room to kind of have a moment to reflect on it and seeing them have the time to reflect.
Mm-hmm. I think,
as opposed to just like, okay, this thing's done, and while I imagine there is some downtime between them, the just being actually able to see that downtime more.
Yeah, for sure. Have a good night, OMG. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do really like the Kokyo arc. The Kokyo arc's a little bit weird for me because it's... OMG, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, Ricky. And have a good night. I do really like the Kokyo arc, but it is paced very weirdly. It's very quick, because you deal with MM and the Bloody Twins in, like, the same episode, where a lot of other, like, episodes of the show have fights take at least a full episode. The arc is a massive shift. It's also the bloodiest arc, because the anime didn't realize that they wanted to censor blood until later. It's a huge shift, though. It shows you there are threats out there, and that this isn't all just fun and games. That the training that Suna has been doing, even if it hasn't been a lot, is still very important. The Bloody Twins are fucking creepy. They can get out of here.
Yeah, and then on a note about, like, pacing and whatnot, one thing they start with this arc and never really go back on, they don't spend a huge amount of time on fights. Most fights are at most 2 episodes long, sometimes 3.
I think the only, like, fights that last more than 2 episodes I can think of, because I think even the very last fight is only 2 episodes long, maybe 3. And the only time that they get longer than that is when all the characters are split up in the future arc and they have to cut between a lot of places.
Yeah, so even then, it's not like most of those aren't, like, super long fights. It's just that they split them up a bunch, so they go over many episodes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Suna saved Bianchi in this arc, and then Bianchi stopped trying to kill him after that. I never realized that. That's wild. I love that. Yeah, the Bloody Twins are fucking creepy, and I'm happy they're gone, and we're not gonna talk about them. Because there's not much to say other than they were serial killers who threatened Kyoko and Haru's lives.
And then got their asses beat.
Their asses beat by grown-up Ipin and Lambo, and also Shamal, but we're not talking about Shamal, because Shamal sucks. I'm kind of sad that MM, the red-haired girl, only showed up for 1 episode. Because I think her weapon was very, very neat. That she had a clarinet that, based with, like, sound waves, could increase the vibrations of things and make them explode. I thought that was super
basically, cool. She had a microwave gun that was a clarinet.
Yeah. I thought it was really, really cool and creative. I'm really sad that she was only in 1 episode and then only shows up at the very end of the series. Because I think there's a lot you could do with that. Yeah, that is very interesting about Bianchi. The main, like, 3 are those 3 in the middle with the blonde hair, the hat, and they wanted the trident. From left to right is Ken, Mukuro, and Chikasa. So, basically how the Kokyo arc works is, in the anime, when they're beating people up from weakest to strongest in the school, they remove their teeth. the victim's teeth for how many people are left. In the anime, they said, we're not doing that, we're gonna show different times with clocks. Which I think is smart, because they remove Ryohei's teeth and they never acknowledge it in the manga, and he just has teeth again. And I'm like, did you get false teeth? What happened there, dude?
Yeah, so basically, to kind of cover that a bit more.
Yeah, please.
Before that point, they kidnapped Fuda and used his rankings to try and, like, figure out who the strongest person in the school was, because they were pretty sure the next
boss would be the strongest.
Like, boss of the Vongola was at that school. So if they found the strongest people, chances are they're going to find the boss.
Yeah.
And so they keep on saying those messages there through that, and that's why they're doing that countdown to try and figure out who it is, until eventually they run into someone who is associated with,
which is Ryohei. Maybe they were his baby teeth.
Well, I mean, like, they attack Ryohei, but Ryohei's not the one that tips them off to...
No, but Ryohei's kind of the catalyst for them to start looking for the Kokyo people, because they're like, this isn't okay.
Yeah, Ryohei's the catalyst for Suna and crew to look for the Kokyo people, but the catalyst for the Kokyo people being like, oh no, we finally found the Vongola, is when they attack Gokudera.
Yeah, where Gokudera jumps in the way to save Suna, which Gokudera should have been taken out of commission for, but was like, nope, I'm gonna keep fucking going and make my wounds worse the whole time. It's also Yamamoto's first fight is with Ken, the blonde-haired one in the picture. And it's kind of the first time where Yamamoto really takes anything seriously in the show that isn't baseball. Like, he still thinks it's a game, but he's like, I think this Mafia game is getting out of hand. And I think that's a really important moment for him to show that he can be serious about things that aren't baseball. It's just that he still has no fucking clue what's going on. He's very oblivious. Ken's very fun. He uses teeth like they're fucking game cartridges and changes them, and those give him different animal qualities. Oh, absolutely. I think that was very, very smart. I think that's a very clever writing point, that he wanted to take the show in different ways, but still used elements from the daily life that were useful.
Yeah.
Chikusa's got fun yo-yos that expel needles. Yeah, exactly. He treats teeth the same way Naruto characters treat eyes. That's exactly how Ken treats those.
Yeah. Yes. So basically, with Ken, he has like you know those like fake vampire teeth. He basically has those where like that where they correspond to different animals, and then his body changes to take on a form reminiscent of those animals, and gain powers associated with them.
Get as strong as a gorilla, or he can get like a big ass rhino nose.
Yeah, or he can be as fast as a cheetah and get like claws.
Yeah, like all sorts of that stuff. Chikusa's just kind of got yo-yos. Anytime Chikusa shows up, I just feel the need to quote the Vine that's like, I want to be a yo-yo man. He cried, make me a yo-yo man. But the yo-yo man did not answer. He just kept on yoing.
Yeah, he's just got yo-yos that are able to shoot needles out of them that are laced with poison.
Yeah, which that fight Chikusa had with Gokudera was sort of one of the first moments we saw just how smart Gokudera was to use smaller dynamite with his bigger ones to create almost like a perception trick, optical illusion.
Yeah,
maybe?
we're basically because you're so used to his normal size dynamite, when you see the smaller ones, you're like, oh, they're further away because they look small, but no, they're right in front of your face.
And
but
then they blow up.
You just assumed that they're further away due to the size difference.
Exactly. It's very interesting. But yeah, so book-wise, Gokudera technically should be the smartest guardian. I think he is the smartest guardian. I think the only person who might be as smart as him is Hibari, honestly. This is also the first arc that cripples Hibari a little bit, because Hibari has this, like, sickness from Shamal, because Shamal's able to, like, give you weird sicknesses that can, like, take you out, and he gave Hibari one at one point, where he would become much weaker around sakura trees. So when he gets kidnapped by the Kokyo group, Mukuro puts a bunch of sakura trees there to completely, like, handicap him. And they completely, like, take out Hibari, which kind of makes you go, like, oh shit, they are serious.
An important thing to know with that, like, because there's, like, one basically, Shmuel is also an assassin. His entire shtick is he's an assassin and a doctor. He uses a bunch of mosquitoes that have the diseases in them to attack people.
Yeah.
But in the anime,
it happens same
Hibari
episode.
slightly, like, annoys Shmuel, and so Shmuel hits him with the Sakura sickness.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in the manga, they're going. It's an entirely separate event where they're going to a Sakura festival, and Hibari is using his pressure and influence to steal, like, the best sitting area.
And Shmuel's just like, nah, man, fuck you.
Yeah, so in the manga, it's a chapter that happens beforehand for a completely different reason that ends up just being a plot point that gets used in the Kokyo arc.
Yeah.
Whereas in the anime, because they took that chapter out,
they had to find another reason.
Short, like, just, like, right before Hibari goes to try and, like, deal with it, because they're attacking members of the disciplinary committee as well. So Hibari's like, okay, I'm just going to put a stop to this. And right before leaving, Shmuel infects him with it so that they can keep that same plot point. So it's a weaker point in the anime.
Yeah.
Because they took out the more logical reason for it, as opposed to it just being like, okay, we need to put something in.
Yeah. That is true, yeah. In the anime, he just straight up just tries to throw Gokudera and Yamamoto out of a window. I think it's pretty funny, but I understand why you don't like the change. I do want to talk about fucking Lancia, the guy on the right, who is honestly the unsung hero of the entire anime, in my opinion. So, Lancia is supposed to, like, take Mukuro's place for a lot of things. He's, like, publicly known as Mukuro, while the actual Mukuro, the one holding the trident, is, like, kind of kept in the dark a little bit more about things. Lancia fucking raised Mukuro in his family. And then Mukuro possessed Lancia and made Lancia kill his own family. And still made Lancia fight for him until the end. And it was only until Suna, like, said, you're not a bad person. I can tell that what you're doing, you don't want to do. That, like, Lancia was finally able to break free of Mukuro's grasp. And like, we find out why Mukuro hates the Mafia so much. And sort of the reason Mukuro is, like, taking out the Mafia and all that is because him, Ken, and Chikusa were used as lab experiments by the Mafia. And he had enough. He was not okay with it. And he just decided the world would be better without the Mafia.
Yeah. He kind of decided that, like, the Mafia was awful, and in general, people were awful.
Yeah. So, like, you get why he did it, but he did Lancia, like, so dirty.
Yeah. His faith in humanity in general was broken at that point.
Yeah.
So it is something where, like, well, as you go further on, it kind of, like, steps back to just the Mafia is terrible.
At the beginning,
initially his entire thing was like, oh, I'm gonna
possess a world leader and start a world war.
Plunge the world into, like, a world war just to get rid of humans because humans are trash.
Yeah. But no, Lancia ends up being the unsung hero of, like, the entire series later on by coming to help Suna and all of them when they're in trouble with the Varia, and he gifts him a ring that eventually saves Suna's life later on. But, you know, since we're talking about Mukuro, I've changed the image to Mukuro, because this is my favorite character. This is who I really like. Mukuro's so great. I like to compare Mukuro a lot to Vegeta because he never really gets a redemption arc. It's a lot more of like, we have bigger fish to fry. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Like, there are bigger threats to the world right now than each other. We need to put aside our differences and work for this. The Nendroid shenanigans. I still have that Nendroid of Mukuro. I'm looking at it right now. I have a poster of him now. I'm very happy about it.
Yeah.
But Mukuro changes a lot as a person throughout the series as well. Because like you said, it goes from him hating all of humanity to simply hating the Mafia in specific. And I think that's because of the kind of people that he meets post the Kokyo arc. Mukuro spends most of the series after his big villain arc in super prison, where eventually he is able to help Ken and Chikasa escape by sacrificing himself, because he realizes that he actually cares a lot about them. And then he finds a girl that he helps that we'll talk about a little bit later. And like through those three friendships, he's able to realize that humanity isn't necessarily completely doomed, but he does not care for the Mafia. And he would rather the Mafia be gone.
But yeah, it is shown in the Kokyo arc that like Ken and Chikasa do genuinely appreciate Mukuro, and Mukuro does care about them.
Yeah, it's
they were all in those in that experimentation group together, and Mukuro like has a sense of duty towards them, and was willing to sacrifice himself in order to make sure that they were able to escape from prison.
Yeah. And you're right, being in the Vongola family does protect him, Ken and Chikasa, from other families coming after them, because the Vongola family is so influential. Which I think is another reason he probably hesitantly agreed to join. I also want to point out that Mukuro and Hibari have just an eternal rivalry. Mukuro is able to possess people, as I stated before, and even after Mukuro, like, kicks the shit out of Hibari, and Hibari's body is just kind of broken. I think I mentioned this earlier, but Mukuro possesses Hibari's body and goes, holy fuck, this is broken, and he just fucking leaves the body there, because he's like, I can't possess that.
Yeah.
But, like, part of Mukuro's, motivation, and a lot of Hibari's motivation to join the Vongola is, hey, you'll get to see the other person and fight them again. So they do have a very big, famous rivalry, and I love it very, very much.
Yeah. After that prison break where he gets Ken and Chikasa out, they like put him in like suspension in this glass tube with
in, like,
just
a tank.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where he spends most of the series.
We can't fucking deal with this again.
Yeah, so that's where he spends most of the series, unfortunately, which is why I like the Kokyo arc so much, because it's like, wow, Mukuro's there in person, because he's never there in person afterwards. His whole thing is illusions. So he's able to, like, project himself into places, but you don't get to see him actually physically be there, except for in the Kokyo arc and at the very end of the series, which is unfortunate, but I understand.
Yeah, so he's an illusionist, and also, like, his entire thing is that he's gone through kind of like every
stage
path
of hell
of life that like exists in Buddhism.
Yeah.
So he has different abilities from each different walk. There's like the path of the hungry ghost, the path of beasts, the path of humans.
Which he says is the worst one.
Yeah, he's like humanity is the worst hell.
Oh yeah. It's fucking hilarious in a way, but also true. I don't blame him for hating humanity. But yeah, the Kokyo arc ends with like Suna getting his proper weapon, which were those gloves at the very first image. And Mukuro and Ken and Chikasa all getting arrested, which again the anime from there gives you a couple daily life episodes to like chill out, relax, enjoy the peace again, while the manga goes to the Varia arc right away. Varia
Yeah.
arc is
And as a note with them being arrested, they are arrested by an organization called Vendice,
Vindice.
which is basically mafia prison.
Yeah, you
He
fucked
doesn't
up
go to
so
normal jail.
bad.
He goes to the he goes to the jail where like that's run by the mafia, where it's just like, hey, yeah, you're really fucking dangerous, and so we need to put you under like
In special mafia
supervision.
prison. Yeah. But the Varia arc is next, which is pretty interesting. Gives us some new characters and a whole bunch of new lore. But it all starts with this precious boy. It starts with Basil. I don't normally say Basil like Basil. I normally say Basil, but they pronounce it Basil, so I'm gonna call him Basil. This kid kind of just shows up out of nowhere, recognizes Suna immediately, and is like, "You need to get the fuck out of here. I have a thing for you." Sorry, like an object, not a crush.
Not a crush.
Although I'm sure that's a ship. I would not be surprised. Because
I would not be surprised.
I would not be surprised. But the thing that Basil is there to give him are the Vongola rings. Now this is where we get into like, you know, that whole thing I was kind of like alluding to of like, oh, important fights that I'm like so that one in the middle is obviously for Suna. These rings are super powerful and also like properly professionally display who the next like head of the Vongola family is. There's one for Suna and there's one for each of his guardians, each which takes on a different role. So like Lambo is lightning, Mukuro is mist, Gokudera is storm, Yamamoto is rain, Ryohei is sun, and Hibari is cloud.
Yeah, so all of these are elements of the sky.
Yeah, and then
So
Suna is
Suna
the
is
sky,
sky.
so he encompasses all of them. And the rings are supposed to be given to... I fucking love the rings so much as well. They're supposed to be given to the family when they are officially recognized as like the next heirs of the Vongola family.
Yeah, as the successors of the current
Thank
generation.
you. Yes. I'm bad at words right now. I've been talking so much. Turns out Basil, yeah, Suna was given the rings pretty young for certain reasons. Turns out Basil was there because he works for Suna's dad. I want to talk about Suna's family for a little bit because his parents love him very much. But his parents are really fucking stupid. Suna hadn't seen his dad in 2 years. And Suna's dad was like, oh, you like to, you know, like, Nana, you like to be romantic. Tell Suna I died because it would be fun.
So essentially, yeah, so his dad Iemetsu and his mom Nana, basically Iemetsu works for an external committee for the Vongola. So he is essentially like an affiliated organization that isn't technically Vongola, just to make sure that decisions that are made for the Vongola aren't subject to
internal
too much
bias or nepotism.
Yeah. So essentially he's kind of like the quality assurance of the Vongola, making sure that any big decisions that are made are thought through properly. So he's not home very much.
Yeah.
But when he left for his most recent like long stretch of missions, he told Suna's mom, "Hey, you like it when men are romantic and
he was
all
flirting
that stuff,
with her.
right? So tell our kid that I've gone to the stars."
Tell
Basically
him
saying
that
I've
dead.
died.
And she took that seriously.
And Nana, being in the anime the sweet person she is,
so dumb,
is absolutely weak at the knees for that. And she plays along with it, and Suna just assumed that Iemetsu was dead.
And he thinks his dad's a construction worker. He doesn't know that his dad actually, like, has mafia relations, and that's how Suna got picked to be the 10th boss. And for Suna to become the 10th boss, he needs agreement from both the outside influencer, being Iemetsu, and the current boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, she never gave Suna the letters he sent either! Fucking insane! I love Nana. She's very sweet.
And
bless her soul.
And then when like Suna finds out, like, wait, like, because like his dad's coming home for a bit around the time that this conflict is happening, and Suna's like, wait, he's alive? And now it's like, yeah, where did you think we got the money that we lived off of? I don't work.
She's like, I'm a stay-at-home mom. How do you think we've been able to buy food, you idiot?
Yeah, it's like, no, your dad supplies for us. It's just like, so it's just one of those things where, like, there is a way that Suna could have maybe put things together, but they do just call out that fact. They don't leave that as like oh, wouldn't Suna have noticed this? No, they call out just like, no, did you not know that?
It's very interesting because it's like, just from how the show works, you don't think his dad's ever gonna get mentioned. Because they never call attention to it until he shows up.
Yeah, especially because it's such a trope in anime for, like, them to just have one parent and then the other one
either... so you're like, it's fine.
And then the other one just never gets mentioned, or it's like, oh, I lost this parent, it's very tragic, but very rarely are both parents alive and active.
Yeah, so it's such... I just remember being so surprised, being like, oh, we're actually talking about Suna's dad. But it's... Yeah,
and it's something where, like, we haven't really gone over this a whole lot, but, like, Nana kind of just takes in all the miscellaneous children.
Yeah, she takes in Ipin, Lambo, even Bianchi and Futa. Like, she's just like, yeah, you can live here now, it's fine.
Yeah, like, so like, all of them are there. Like, Reborn's there as, like, a stay-at-home tutor.
Yeah.
But, like, so all of them were just like, oh, we're allowed to talk about, like... because all of them just assumed that because they never talked about him that he was dead.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, it's not like taboo to bring him up. Nothing bad happened. Good to know. Yeah, but that's sort of what, like, kickstarts the battle for the rings with the 9th boss's son and his team, the Varia. And I love the Varia. They're so good. They're so fun because almost everyone is... You're able to find in some way how they connect to, like, their corresponding element in the family. Like, Lusuria and Ryohei, despite being very different people, are definitely the most expressive and enthusiastic people of their teams. They're both very, very proud. Zanzus does need a new barber. I absolutely agree. He gets a glow up in the future, though. Squallow and Yamamoto both they're both, like, honor-bound in a way, I feel. Levy and Lambo, it's a bit harder to make a comparison because I never... One
of them is 5 years old and the other is a massive fucking simp.
Yeah, exactly. And then Bell and Gokudera are both geniuses. So I should mention from left to right. You'll also notice they have a baby on their team. Yes, that is one of the magic babies we mentioned earlier. So if we go from left to right, it's Lusuria, Mammon, Belphegor, Levy, Squallow, and Zanzus. And Zanzus on the far right is the big boss.
Yeah. So the Varia are basically the assassination squad of the Vongola. They carry out all the, like, most dangerous, deadly missions that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And there is throughout the Mafia world, there is a known quality that if you are a Varia member, you are a big deal.
Yeah. And they do represent the 7 deadly sins, yes.
Yeah, they, like, you do not become a member of the Varia if you do not have what it takes to deal with the most dangerous situations. Also, they're not in this picture, but there is a big robot that is also part of the family during this arc, called the Golem.
Yeah, that is the Clouds. That is Hibari's opponent. So the thing with the rings is that because it is said that the ninth changed his mind about Suna being the successor and decided to pass it to Zanzus and the Varia instead, each of them needs to go through a fight to decide who's going to get the rings, and whichever family has the most rings at the end wins. So the first one is Luceria and Ryohei, which
the sun.
Yeah, for the Ring of Sun. I can't read that over the image. Dagoneers, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, Rookie. I hope you are doing well. Which goes pretty well and is very, very cool. With how Ryohei is able to, because the battlefield for it is intense, like lights and heat.
Yeah. So for each battle that happens, the group that is organizing it, the Cervello, who are definitely totally impartial judges and definitely not in Zanzus's pocket at all.
Fucking hate
they set up arenas for them to fight in that are based on their respective element.
Yeah. So
all these battles also take place throughout the school.
There's a theory. What's this theory? Tell me what the theory is. But yeah, so the sun one. Music stopped. Why'd the music stop? We come to the end of the playlist? We come to the end of the playlist.
No, I think it might just be a quieter one.
Oh. No, it's just changing songs. There we go, we're back.
Yeah, there we go.
Where's my music? Everything the Cervello did was to make Suna stronger. I don't know, man. I don't know, the Cervello were okay with Lambo just fucking dying, so you know. I mean, he didn't actually die, but they were okay with it. They had to pressure Suna's group. We'll talk about that. But, yeah, I do think Ryohei's fight was very cool. You also got to see Ryohei be smart for once. Because him and Luceria's fight was done under extreme lights, but because Luceria has sunglasses, he was fine, while Ryohei could not see. And with all the heat, there was so much sweat that Ryohei, was having a hard time kind of moving. But he was able to realize that his sweat was evaporating so fast that the salt particles were still left on him. So the dude was able to punch so fucking hard that the salt flew out and shattered the lights. And just I don't think that's how that works, but that's fucking amazing.
Yeah, cool anime logic.
It's fine. So I think that fight was really, really cool. I like that one a lot. They were using him as basically a sacrifice for Suna. That's terrible! I don't like the Cervello. The Cervello can fuck off. I do want to talk about the second fight, though. Because the second fight was...
Also, real quick,
mm-hmm.
Because Luceria loses that first fight, they use it to set up the Varia mindset. So that's where they kind of explain, the Varia quality is what it's called. Just, the ability, what they expect out of those people.
Mm-hmm.
When Luceria becomes absolutely terrified of losing the moment he's on the back foot, and it looks like Ryohei's pretty much guaranteed to win, because if you fail the Varia, you're fucked. They
will kill you.
Yeah, they do not care about each other on a personal level. If you fail the organization,
they will attack you.
Then they have no sympathy towards you.
Yeah. It's they're Squallow comes to Zanzus with good news and shit, and Zanzus will just take Squallow's head and smash it into a table because he does not care. They are such an opposite of Suna's family, who has taken this time to be with each other and to appreciate each other and have these friendships, and that just doesn't apply to this family at all. And it's very interesting to see the difference of what kind of different mafia families there are, because even with the Mukuro arc, you still got to see that Ken and Chikusa cared a lot for Mukuro. They still cared a lot about him. There were still reasons for it. But no one in the Varia cares about each other. I think like the healthiest friendship there is Belle and Mammon. And even then, it's like, yeah, I'll fucking kill you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they're just a lot more casual about it.
Yeah, exactly. I did want to talk about Levy and Lambo's fight though, because
Yeah, sorry, just
no,
had,
no,
just
no,
had
no,
to
no, no, no. It's all good.
clarify that. But
That's
first,
important. That's important to clarify. I'm glad you did. Because it's not really fair to have this fucking like 20-something-year-old fight a 5-year-old, and they're like, well, what if we just used 15-year-old Lambo? Oh yeah, no, Levy's in love with Zanzus. You can't tell me otherwise.
yeah, Levy's entire thing is I want Zanzus to recognize me.
Zanzus
He
senpai, notice me.
yeah, he down bad for Zanzus.
Oh yeah. Levy's also the only one who's like one of the only people whose appearance does not change in the future arc. All that happens is he just gets a mustache.
Yeah.
I genuinely forgot that he didn't have a mustache in the Varia arc. But so it's like maybe we can use Future Lambo, and Future Lambo was like, I don't remember a Rings arc, but if I die, you might not be able to use the 10-year bazooka again, so please don't use it. And it's like, okay. And even during, like, before the fight, soon as, like, Lambo, you don't have to fight if you don't want to. We can withdraw you. It's okay. But, you know, Lambo being an ignorant 5-year-old is like, nah, man, I'm invincible. I'll be great. Gokudera ends up picking up Lambo's horns and writes stupid cow on them. Which is very interesting. And you're like, okay, wow, rude, whatever. During the fight, Lambo pulls out the 10-year bazooka, summons 15-year-old Lambo. 15-year-old Lambo gets his ass kicked and jumps back into the same 10-year bazooka, and we get 25-year-old Lambo. Which, first of all, I gotta say, dude, what a fucking glow up. That is gorgeous. I love 25-year-old Lambo so much. He's so pretty. And he fucking kicks ass. You can send so much electricity his way, and he just conducts it, like, back into the ground.
Yeah.
And this...
Yeah, so basically something that they mention with it is, like, Lambo's body is just really good at conducting electricity.
Mm-hmm.
So he can get zapped and just, like, not really get affected too much by it.
It might hurt a little bit,
And
but that's about it.
as he gets older and like up to like 25-year Lambo, he gets really good at conducting that electricity. Because the entire like stage, like the arena that they fight in for this one is basically a giant lightning rod that sends electricity through wires on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a constant chance of getting electrocuted, and Levy is able to use his umbrellas, that is his weapon, to channel even more lightning in. So there's a point where 25-year Lambo takes the full brunt of Levy's lightning attack plus the lightning rod channeling into him, and he still shrugs it
like,
off
meh,
and uses
fine.
that electricity to strike back.
It's amazing. And we find out that the horns he has that help him conduct the electricity further are the exact same horns that Gokudera just wrote on for Lambo. Like, he's kept those same horns this whole time because they meant so much to him. And it's just so
and, like,
sweet.
And he has a great line when he first shows up and he like sees everyone.
Oh!
He's like, it's been a while since I've seen all those faces.
Like, it makes me so nostalgic to see you all again. And it's just, it's so nice to hear that, and it's so good. Unfortunately, he can't stick around for the whole fight. He ends up disappearing before the fight can conclude, and little baby Lambo takes the full brunt of Levy's attack and gets hospitalized.
Yeah. Basically, like, Lambo gets really badly injured, and Levy goes in for the kill.
And Suna
but
steps
before
in.
he can do that, Suna steps in and essentially stops the fight.
Yeah.
Which means that, because he interfered,
Suna
his match with Zanzus is forfeited.
Yeah, so they lost 2 rings that night, which really fucking sucks.
But yeah,
Um,
I think an important thing I like for the start of it as well is you kind of touched on it, but like they really emphasize
how much?
how innocent Lambo is.
Yeah. How
They
oblivious
make
is
it,
he's just a kid.
yeah, like he really is just, he does not know what's going on, and for someone like me who wasn't a huge fan of
Me
Lambo to
too.
start, like it really humanizes like yeah, he's a bratty annoying kid,
But he's 5.
but he's a bratty annoying kid because he's 5.
And it's not fair to expect the same from him that you expect from everyone else. So
So they really take a moment to put in perspective, and like Suna was aware before intervening at the end that he would forfeit his ring by interfering.
but he doesn't
But
care because again the mafia doesn't matter to him. His friends are the
yeah,
only thing that does. And that
because
includes
an
Lambo.
important thing to note is uh in the serious arcs, the dying during daily life, when Suna goes into dying will mode,
It's a
he
little silly.
gets, yeah, it's silly, it's goofy. He shouts about what like the thing he wants to do with his dying will is. Um Going forward, they instead use hyper intuition mode, which also activates the dying will flame, but instead it's a much more calm and collected version of him.
Mm-hmm.
So when he interferes, he's in that hyper intuition mode. He starts off talking about like I'm not just going to let Lambo die in that serious mode, but as he falls out and becomes his more natural self, like going into the fact that
Hyper
the
dying will mode, yeah.
reason, yeah, that he just doesn't want his friends to get hurt, and that's really another good clear indicator of no, the mafia stuff does not matter to him, and they really make it clear at that point there of no, he just wants his friends to be safe. That's all
Mm-hmm.
he wants.
They reinforced that again in the next fight too, which was Gokudera versus Belphegor, where even though Gokudera technically won that fight, he wasn't able to get the other half of the ring, and there was a time limit, because the storm has to be able to act quickly before there's like a timer before the entire floor blows up. And he had to get the ring and put it together, because each half of the Sorry, I'm explaining this badly. This is why it's a stream and it's unscripted. Each
So essentially,
successor of the family, both sides, each have half of the ring. They need to complete the ring to actually be the successor. Gokudera beat Bell, but could not get his half of the ring before the timer went off and everything blew up. And Gokudera was fully willing to stay there, to take that blow and to die, so that way Suna could have another win. And that's when I think that's the first time Suna ever yells at Gokudera as well, where he's like,
yeah,
what's the point? What's the point of you dying?
Because he always kind of let Gokudera
do his thing.
just do his thing and be and say whatever he wanted to, but that's the first time where he kind of steps up and kind of metaphorically slaps him across the face and says, "Wake up."
Yeah, wake the fuck up. We're not fighting for the mafia. We're fighting so we can all eat ice cream again together and watch fireworks.
Yeah, you're not you're not my subordinate, you're my friend.
Exactly. And I think that was the biggest wake up call for Gokudera.
Yeah. Well, it's like I don't want you to be someone that would die for me.
Don't die
I want
for me.
you to be
Live
someone that I can spend more time with.
Yeah. I want you to live so that way I can continue to be your friend. And it's a big moment that Gokudera gives up the ring so he can come back to Suna. Because Suna being boss is the most important thing to Gokudera, until he realizes that being Suna's friend is more important. And it's just a really sweet moment.
Yeah. Also, his opponent, Bell. I fucking love Bell so much.
He's great. He's very,
Yeah,
very
so
smart.
yeah, full name Belphegor, but usually people just say Bell.
Bell Senpai.
But Bell is a prince that is also a serial killer.
Just straight up.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Gokudera won, so he should get the ring. But the Cervello are biased, which is why he didn't get the ring. Which is why I don't like the Cervello. Sorry.
Yeah. So Belle's the blonde one with the little crown.
He a prince.
At this point in the series, they hadn't fully fleshed out his backstory, so they end up having a couple inconsistencies. But he joined the Varia at 12 because he was bored and wanted something to do.
Because he just felt like it. He's fucking insane.
And yeah, he is insane. He like whenever he sees his own blood, he just goes into this frenzy.
Yeah.
And just he is an absolute genius. Yeah. So he's just a little older than Suna and his crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also has a twin brother that he killed.
Allegedly.
But it's something where like it's revealed in like some like extra like I can't remember if it was the Haruharu interviews or if it was somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
But like in an extra bit of content, they do confirm that the reason why he wears his hair over his eyes is to help protect his identity so that his home nation doesn't get in trouble for him existing.
I think those are the Reborn interviews from the DVD exclusives because
I think
because Belphegor and the Varia didn't show up in the Haru interviews when we watched the show together. Which makes me so sad. I want to see those Reborn interviews.
Bell keeps his like home nation anonymous so that they don't get in trouble
so that they
for
don't
him
cause
existing.
a fucking war. It's insane. He's very fun. He's got a lot of presence. I think out of like all the Varia members, him and Squallow have the most presence. Like, they're the most memorable, even more than Xanthus, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just Belphegor biased. I might be, because I love Belphegor. He's great. Next was the Mist fight, wasn't it?
Yes, next was Mist.
So, the thing is, Mukuro's in prison. So, Mukuro can't be their Mist Guardian. They don't even know who their Mist Guardian is until the very last second. Who the fuck is gonna fight Mamon, who ends up actually being one of the magic babies? It ends up being Chrome. And I love Chrome. Was it Rain? Fuck, well, we're talking about Mist.
Talking about Mist.
We're talking about Mist now, it's fine. I want to talk about Chrome. I've been waiting to talk about Chrome since we brought up Mukuro. I love Chrome so much. Chrome is my favorite.
We'll let Ellie
character.
have this. She's
I'm so excited.
She's been a good girl. She's been patient.
No, not Mukuro Ikasaba, the 16th student hiding somewhere beneath the school. The Rokudo Mukuro. So, in the time between...
Somewhere inside the academy, not beneath the school.
Whatever. Who cares? The Rain Fight became... That's fine! I want to talk about Chrome! I've been waiting to talk about Chrome, but I want to talk about her! So, fucking... At some point during... Like, between... I like to say it's during the daily life stuff that happens in between the Kokyo and the Varia arc. Mukuro is able to get in contact with this girl who had just gotten into a car accident trying to save a cat. She got hit by a car, and her family did not care to try to find the resources to save her, and a lot of her internal organs were damaged. Mukuro reached out to her telepathically and was like, hey, I can help you if you can help me. And these two kind of create a pact to be linked, where he creates, like, illusional organs, so she's fucking placeboed into being able to live, in exchange for him occasionally being able to use her body to project himself when fights happen. So she's also an illusionist. She takes that time to fight Mamon, but eventually it's just too much for her, and Mukuro takes over. And the connection that those two have to each other, I think, is really what cemented Mukuro in not hating humanity anymore, because he found more people that he cares about. And also the fight with Mukuro and Mamon is just, it's so cool, because it's just illusion after illusion, and Mukuro has this beautiful line saying, "The reason that you lost was because your opponent was me." And just, oh, I love it. Mukuro still pretends
And
that
also,
he doesn't like... Oh, go ahead.
It is very important to note that the magical babies, which are known
Arcobaleno.
collectively as the Arcobaleno, that the Arcobaleno are known for being like really fucking strong.
They're like the strongest people in the Mafia. And
they are like the strongest people in the Mafia. They are very well renowned. And Mukuro was able to overpower one of them at their own game.
it's insane. It's very...
Mamon is an illusionist and is supposed to be like one of the best illusionists in the world as an Arcobaleno, and Mukuro overpowered them.
That's how fucking strong he is. It's amazing. And I think the relationship between Mukuro and Chrome is very, very important. Ken and Chikusa aren't very nice to Chrome, which I used to fucking hate, but then I eventually realized it's because the one person they cared about, you know, they don't get to see him anymore, and this random girl shows up and is like, yeah, I can communicate with him whenever I want. So of course they're not really happy that she's around, because they feel like she's getting special treatment. Reasons why Mukuro being with Suna makes the group almost overpowered. Absolutely. And Chrome is still a very good fighter on her own. She's still very capable of holding herself, but I think it's unfair to think, hey, you're pretty new to fighting. Fight the magic baby. Also,
Yeah.
MM doesn't like her because she sees her as a threat to being with Mukuro.
Yeah, because MM likes Mukuro. And
Only for the money, though.
Because he's powerful.
Yeah. But yeah, no, the Mist fight didn't have any special, like, battlefields or anything because the entire thing was, you're an illusionist. Go for it. The world is your playground.
Yeah.
We can talk about Squallow in the Rain fight, though, which I don't know if you want to describe or not.
Sure, I can go for that one. So, the arena for this one takes place in a, like, big, tower that is slowly getting filled with water. And also there's a shark in the water, don't worry about it.
It shows up later, yeah.
Yeah, so just don't fall in the water, because one, you'll be a sitting duck, and two, shark.
Nom nom nom.
So Yamamoto so when Basil first appeared to give them the rings, Squallow was chasing after him. So during that, Squallow had a brief fight with Gokudera and Yamamoto, and Squallow fucking kicks their ass because he's an elite assassin and they're two middle schoolers.
Yeah. Who did not have a lot of training.
And Squallow criticizes Yamamoto for not having a sword style. And emphasize the important, like, you need to know a style of swordsmanship if you ever want to be a good swordsman. Which thus spurs Yamamoto learning
Shigure Soren style from his dad.
Yeah, Shigeru Soen style from his dad.
Yeah.
During their fight, Squallow is very good at countering everything that Yamamoto does with his Shigeru Soen style. And it's revealed that Squallow's specialty is learning every single sword style that's out there and knowing exactly how to counter it.
He's a big
Squallow
powerful.
Is a mastermind sword fighter, one of the strongest sword fighters there is, because he knows how to learn people's styles very quickly and find, here's the weak spot, I'll do this to counter it.
Yep.
It's also revealed at this point that Squallow's sword hand is a prosthetic hand, and he can literally
Just bend it back.
flip it at the wrist to attack behind him, which is just cool and fun.
Fucking wild.
But at one point, Yamamoto pulls out a move that Squallow does not know from the Shigeru Soen style. And it's revealed that the way Shigeru Soen works is every teacher of it makes a move. They make one move that's theirs, they teach that to their students, and then each student will make their own new move with the Shigeru Soen style. So it's a move where it's constantly evolving, and there's a whole bunch of different strains.
There's no way you
Shigeru
can
Soen.
know everything about it. Yeah. FluffyChan77, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, Ricky. So, even if he's run into someone who knew Shigeru Soen style? Sorry.
Yeah, so the person that Squallow has fought in the past that used Shigeru Soen style, it was not the same one that Yamamoto learned.
Yeah.
And Yamamoto learns to create his own move with it. And then he makes like 5 other ones later down the line, which kind of breaks the like 1 per generation rule, but don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it, it's fine.
But theoretically, the only constant is the first attack of Shigeru Soen style. That's the only one that every version of it has.
Yeah.
And he's able to get the upper hand on Squallow with that, and ends up winning.
Mm-hmm.
In doing so, Squallow's put in a position where he can't really escape from the rising waters.
Yamamoto
tries to save him because, like, yeah, sure, you're your opponent, but you shouldn't get eaten by the shark. That's a bad thing. But as he goes to save Squallow and putting himself in danger, Squallow's like, "No, you won. Don't dishonor like your victory by sacrificing yourself at the end." Pushes him out of the way and gets swallowed up by the shark.
I honestly didn't know that same shark is Squallow's box weapon later. That's amazing. Yeah, we're made to believe that Squallow died there. He doesn't, apparently. The, like, outside forces, the people who work under Iemetsu, like, saved him at the last second to... Oh, it's not? You were joking?
Yeah.
Oh, pfft. I can't read tone. I'm sorry. I was like, is it really?
Yeah. No. All the box weapons are unique creatures.
Okay.
They're
I was like, what the fuck? Really? Thank you for the hydrate, Fluffy Chan. I hope you're doing well.
I think it's just kind of like a common joke in the. That's not the first time I've heard that. But yeah, I think it's just a common joke of the shark that ate him and is now his box weapon.
Sense. Yeah, he ends up getting saved by the Vongola. Yeah, Dino's men. That's who it was. It was the Cavallone. Thank you. To like interrogate him for shit. Anyways, then it's the big Hibari fight with Gola Mosca, and as I've mentioned in the past, Zanzus is very confident about this fight, and then Hibari beats
and we see the
in
Gola
one
Mosca
hit.
like has a bunch of machine guns. They have a bunch of missiles. They're fighting in an arena that has like a barbed wire fence around it, mines planted everywhere.
Yeah. And Hibari's just meh. And just destroys it in one hit. Of course.
And then it's just like, oh, no, I don't really want the ring. Yeet, throws it away.
He's just like, I don't need this. But Zanzus kind of had a big plan all along. Because being 10th boss is kind of like the whole thing that Zanzus has wanted his entire life. Like, his name is spelled with 2 X's because X is the Roman numeral for 10. So he sabotages that Gola Mosca fight, so that way he goes and accidentally attacks Hibari, and he's like, oh, sorry, I slipped. so he can go, like, retrieve Gola Mosca, only for Hibari to continue attacking Zanzus, and Gola Mosca to go out of control. And when Suna finally puts a stop to it, the ninth falls out of the inside, like the ninth boss, because Gola Mosca needs to be, the power source needs to be a human life. And Zanzus is able to pin that onto Suna. Oh yeah, Hibari was absolutely ready to just murder Zanzus.
Yeah, so essentially, like, Hibari puts Gola Mosca out of condition, but it still is functional, ends up going berserk. And basically by saying, like, oh, Suna was the one that attacked Gola Mosca, which had the ninth in there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
you killed the ninth.
You attack. Yeah, you attack the ninth. If he dies, it's because of the injuries you gave him.
Yeah, and then it's like, so Zanzus would win by
anyone here that can say otherwise, like, are either the people working for you or me, who will definitely become the next boss.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of his big goal all along, because we find out that Zanzus basically tried to kill the ninth upon finding out that he was adopted by him, and so that way Zanzus could never actually become the boss. So he thought the only way to become boss would be to win a ring conflict like this. And,
yeah, because one of the requirements for becoming a Vongola boss is you have to have
blood
Vongola blood in
to
you.
the first.
So as someone who's adopted into the family, he doesn't
Which
have.
I gotta say, I love that the anime itself tells you that Zanzus is not blood related in the very first episode, when Reborn pulls out a family tree to show how Suna is related to Vongola Primo. And Zanzus is not in that family tree, so, like, you don't think to go back and look for it, but they showed you right away, and I think that's so clever, and I love it so much. So even when Zanzus is able to get his hands on the rings reject him. Yeah, all of the ninth sons are there, but Zanzus is not. It's very, very smart, and I love it.
Yeah, it's just one of those nice little bits of detail that, like it's just like, yeah, you wouldn't ever really think to go back and check that, because that was just the gag bit to, like, show, like, Suna's connection, not anything else. But no, that it also has a slight little hint if you're paying real close attention.
There's so many fun little, like, layered things that the anime has done because they have the hindsight of the manga to add extra bits of foreshadowing, like putting Ipin's master in earlier, like putting that family tree and not having Zanzus on it. It's really clever, and I love going back and realizing all these extra little things. I also really like Zanzus's and Suna's big fight, because we've already been able to see the different, like, ways that they operate as bosses. Whether or not Suna wants to consider himself a boss is a different story, but the way that, like, Zanzus is so quick to injure his own teammates, like when Mamon loses and flees, he's like, hey, we need to track down Mamon later and murder them. It's the Goku versus Vegeta fight of Katekyo. Absolutely it is.
Yeah,
it's a very powerful fight too.
Yeah, so basically, with Hibari winning the Cloud Ring, that was 4 victories for Suna's team and 3 for Zanzus. So technically, Suna won the ring conflict. However, because of the issue with the ninth being in the Gola Mosca, Zanzus is able to spin it as, okay, no, we will do the sky fight. We will have the fight between Zanzus and Suna.
Yeah.
To give Zanzus another chance at it.
Which, by the way, the field for that is the entire school, and everyone needs to go to, like, the places where they fought originally, and they all have these little wristbands on so they can, quote-unquote, watch the fight. Those wristbands poison all of them, so Suna has 30 minutes to get the rings, because only the rings can administer the antidote to heal all of his friends. Which is fucking insane. Of course Hibari is able to get himself the fucking antidote, no problem, because he's Hibari, and I swear he's invincible sometimes. But you're also able to see how the different elements of Sky interact with each other there. Like, Hibari's first instinct after doing that was to go save Gokudera. Which is, Cloud and Storm. I think it was Gokudera, right?
Yeah, and then Gokudera went to Lambo after that.
Went to Lambo, which I thought was so sweet, and I love that it sort of continues the whole theory I have that Gokudera is just kind of the annoying big brother to Lambo, and it's very good.
Well, like Reborn, when he's talking about it on the sidelines, is just being like, like Storm and Lightning are like brothers.
Yeah, it's so good. I love it so much. I really like how much
they emphasize a lot how like the elements of Sky do relate to each other. So like clouds naturally relate to rain and storms and whatnot. So like those connections tend to be stronger than other ones.
Yeah, which also shows the connections they have through like school and such. Because those two, along with Suna, have had the most interactions with Hibari. So that kind of stuff was kind of actually layered on earlier as well, which I thought was very interesting. Using this Flame of Wrath, saying the first boss was scared of... Yeah, Xanxus has the, like, powerful flames of the second boss, while having the weapons of the seventh boss. I also just want to talk for a second, because you get to see that... You eventually get to see all the bosses and their respective weapons. And the fourth boss's weapon was a fork, and I have no idea why. I want to know what he did with that fork.
He's the fourth, and there's 4 prongs on a fork.
I want to know what he did with that fork. Did he stab people's eyes? Like,
Probably.
Was that his whole thing? Or did he just really like to eat food? Was he a cannibal? Is that what happened?
But yeah, like,
eating the competition. He's just a cannibal.
But yeah, like the seventh boss, like, notably had a weak flame. So they had bad words.
Guns to make up for it.
Supplemented it by using guns that could... Basically, he could store a lot of flame in there and release it all in one big burst. And then you have Xanxus, who has really strong flames, but then also releases them in even bigger bursts. Because fuck you.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't touch on this until later, but the Sky Flames of Wrath are essentially Sky Flames mixed with Storm Flames.
Yes, they are. Because you can use multiple flames, it's just hard.
Yeah, so they go into multiple different flame types more later, but essentially each each element has its own type of flame that has its own different properties. And some people are able to channel multiple flame types. So just because your primary is, say, lightning, you might also be able to channel cloud.
Yeah.
And for Xanxus, the sky and storm ones kind of blend together.
It makes sense. He's a very angry boy. That's another, like, opposite he has with Suna. I feel like his hair was made spiky in order to, like, draw even more parallels with Suna. They wanted them to be kind of similar with certain appearance things while still being very different, because they are both sons. Even if Xanxus is adopted, they are both sons of very important people. That's okay, Hound. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the hydrate, Ethan. And the boomer is
like one of the other like big parallels is just the fact that Suna is someone that has been put in this position and never wanted it, whereas Xanxus is someone who cannot be in that position,
despite
but that's all they ever
wanted.
wanted.
Yeah. The 2000s call. No, too bad. We're talking about Katekyo Hitman Reborn.
Excuse me, you misspelled there. It's wrong there, so your point is invalid.
Nice. Yeah, I think it was also just such an establishing... The fight between Xanxus and Suna was so establishing for what kind of boss Suna decided to be. Because he only really cared about the rings because they were the way to save his friends. They weren't he doesn't care about the Mafia. The only thing Xanthus cares about is the Mafia. He doesn't care who he has to destroy to get it. Suna would rather not destroy anyone and doesn't care about the Mafia, but cares more about his family than anyone else. And that's, like, the whole thing with Suna never wanting to be in the Mafia and having to make tough calls and caring about people is why the Ninth chose him in the first place. And I think the fight as a whole was very meaningful and really establishes the kind of person that Suna is more than any other fight in the show.
Yeah.
Shall we move on and talk about the Archipelago? Shall we
Yes,
finally
I think we
tell
shall.
everyone? Shall we finally explain to everyone what the Archipelago are? Yeah, eventually Xanthus learns the importance of uniting, but, you know, it takes a little while. So I'm just gonna do a quick left to right for the Archipelago and their flame types. Verde is lightning, Luce is sky, Colonello is rain, Reborn is sun, Fawn, who is Epin's master, the one I mentioned before, is storm, Skull is cloud, and Mammon is mist.
Yeah. And Mammon's like real name is Viper, but they kind of switched it up when they joined the Varia.
Yeah. The reversal of persona? Not quite. So the figures of them, the silhouettes above are what they used to look like when they were, like, adults. But they were cursed with their pacifiers to take these smaller forms. I don't fully know the reason why, because that's covered in the Curse of the Archipelago arc, which was not animated.
Yeah, but it's basically a lot about like maintaining the balance of the world, and therefore you need the Archipelago to exist to help maintain that balance.
Yeah. I am reading the manga, I will say. I'm in the future arc of it right now. But Colonello had shown up earlier. He was Ryohei's teacher that taught him how to relax. Skull showed up in some daily life episodes, and despite being Cloud, despite being the same type that Hibari is, Skull is respected the least amount out of anyone. And I really like that Fawn is Storm. I thought was very interesting, because normally Storms are very aggressive people. Like, they're Belphegor, they're Xanthus, they are Gokudera. But Fawn is arguably, other than Luce, probably the calmest Archipelago. Just very level-headed, endless patience. Yeah, Skull does his own thing. Skull works for a rival family.
Yeah, like Skull's main thing for like why he's one of like the strongest is because he's basically invincible.
He's durable.
He's very durable. You can hit him a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and he won't take a whole lot of damage. So that's his main claim to like Mamon has really powerful illusions. Reborn is just fucking strong.
He's just strong. He only fights like
Verde
full,
is hyper intelligent.
full power like once. Verde is the like definition of true neutral scientist, except I'd say more neutral evil scientist. Because he does not care that he will hurt his fellow Archipelago to get what he wants. And he inadvertently ends up creating the very thing that kills him in the future.
Yeah.
So we want to talk about the future arc, but to talk about the future arc, we need to talk about this dweeby kid. What a fucking dweeb. What a disaster child. Iria Shoichi, who in the manga was introduced in like chapter 12. And in the anime, they saved his introductory episode for right before the future arc. I don't know if Akira Amano actually thought this through or not, or just realized, wouldn't that be funny? But
I am 90% sure, so wouldn't that be funny moment.
He is a Peter Parker type character, absolutely. He runs into Lambo, gets sent a care package by the Bovino family saying, like, we're so sorry that you had to deal with him. And his family's like, you have to return it, that care package is too nice. And he just gets overwhelmed by the amount of bullshit that goes on in the Sawada household that he never actually returned it. We're gonna come back to this boy a little later, but I wanted to do what the anime did and just talk about him before we talk about what the big fight is over. Because the Varia arc was fighting over the rings. The future arc is fighting over the Trinset,
Tri-knee
Chinese
set.
set. I don't know how to say shit.
It's 3 different words.
Chinese set.
Tri-knee set.
The Chinese
Literally
set.
3 of 7 in
I'm
Italian.
sorry. Yeah, the Chinese set. Which includes the Vongola rings, which have the power of, like, generational knowledge, which is why you need to be related to, like, the first member of the Vongola, the Arcaboleno pacifiers, and the Melfiore rings, which have
the mare rings.
The mare rings, right? My bad. I'm a fucking fake fan. Fake fan can't even say things.
Fake fan.
Fake fan. I mean, it's fair if you were never the biggest fan of this grand plot. This is definitely the most story-driven rather than character-driven storyline, but I do think there's a lot of good in it. We're not going to be talking about, like, every fight for the future arc like we did for the
We're not
going
to be going over the minutia of this
It's
of this 130 episode.
Yeah, the reason we talked about each fight for the Varia arc is because each one says something about the character, and they're character-driven fights. I really like the future arc, though I think there's a lot that can be good about it. So, the premise of the future arc is more into the character moments of the arc. Same. The way that this arc works is Lambo's 10-year bazooka ends up accidentally getting used on Reborn, and no Reborn from the future comes to replace him, and Reborn does not come back after 5 minutes. Terrified as to what has happened, Suna goes to Lambo to try to get the bazooka, and the bazooka gets fired on himself. Suna wakes up 10 years later inside of a coffin, finding out that himself and all the Arcaboleno are dead, with the exception of Reborn, who has come from the past. And the way that he could have prevented it would have been to kill that dweeby boy, because he's behind it all. This fucking disaster child ends up being the number 2 in the Melfiore family, to take down, the Vongola as a whole, because they want fucking ultimate power to shape the world. I think Shoichi is a very fun character, because it's later revealed that he was on, the Vongola side all along, but even when we don't know this, Shoichi has this weird habit of switching between being the ultimate disaster boy and being calm, collected, and terrifying. It's just kind of like a switch in his brain, where when he's around the big boss, he's a fucking mess and weak at the knees. But, like, when he's commanding a group, he's so powerful.
Yeah. Shoichi is an anxiety being. He gets nervous super easily, but when he needs to, like, pull himself together, he is able to pretend that he has enough calm for a time being.
Yeah.
But do not mistake it for him suddenly becoming confident. No, he is just pretending that he is calm and collected until he can finally let that go, and all the anxiety washes right back in.
He was pretending to be confident for a good 20 episodes, and I genuinely forgot how much of an anxiety bean this is, that when he dropped it again and he just fucking collapsed, I was like, oh, that's right! You have no confidence! That was all an act! I love him.
Well, yeah, kind of like, but of course, like, leading up to all of that, after Suna ends up in the future, slowly all his other friends start ending up in the future as well, and none of them are able to go back. None of them go back after 5 minutes.
Yeah, they all look amazing in their 20s, by the way. All of them. They all get glow-ups. It's great.
And then we barely get any future Gokudera at all.
We get one scene. Not even. We get like half a scene of future Gokudera.
we get a couple lines of dialogue, and then past Gokudera shows up.
Yamamoto gets like, I think, an episode and a half of future Yamamoto, and then future Lambo and Ipin also get replaced almost immediately, along with future Haru and Kyoko, and then it's mainly future Hibari, future Ryohei, and future Mukuro that stay around the longest. And obviously we
Yeah, well,
don't see
future
any...
Mukro never gets replaced because he's in
Yeah.
big time. He's in baby jail, and
He's in mafia jail. Yeah.
yeah, he's in mafia jail. So they can't really get him with the 10-year
I
bazooka.
do love that during the very limited time that future Kyoko is there, when she sees Suna, she goes from calling him Suna-kun to Tsukun, implying that their relationship has gotten more intimate and that maybe they're dating. It's a very small detail, but it makes me ridiculously happy. Because I think Suna and Kyoko are just adorable, silly little nerds together, and that's great. I love them so much.
Yeah, but it is at this point in the future arc where we get introduced to the idea of flames more properly.
And box weapons.
Yeah, flames and box weapons.
Mm-hmm.
So to kind of quickly go
Cliff
over
notes.
it. Yeah, so each flame has its own unique special properties.
Mm-hmm.
So rain flames, their entire thing is tranquility, being able to calm something down or suppress. So they can often be used to put out other flames. Yeah. They're also blue. They got a nice little water effect in them, and they can kind of soak into things sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Storm flames are disintegration. They are just extra destructive. So not only do they burn you, but they burn you extra.
Yep.
And are good at breaking things down. Lightning has the hardening property. They are able to create strong, solid barriers. But also, they can act like electricity.
Thank you so much for 6 months,
channel.
Sorry.
Yeah. And are able to be like channeled through water and through metal and that kind of stuff as well. Sun flames are activation. They're able to basically help you like the cells in your body activate more so they can heal, like buff up your muscles, stuff like that.
I do love that our punchy boy Ryohei is the healer of the group.
Yeah. So Ryohei, the boxer who had to learn how to chill, is the healer.
It's fucking great.
Cloud has propagation or multiplication is another way it's put, where it can basically propagate or multiply. So it can make one thing become many different things, or it can make a small thing grow and grow and grow.
Mm-hmm.
So a good way of explaining it is, say, like that function of it is a sun flame will activate your muscles and make the cells more like filled with energy. Cloud flames will just make your muscles bigger.
Yeah.
We have mist flames, which have the ability construction,
which really
is
helps with
essentially
those illusions.
Yeah, basically it helps you make illusions. Mist is pretty one note on that regard, but you can do a lot of shit with illusions.
Yeah. And then sky
and then
is
sky
everything,
flames have harmony.
Right.
Which usually takes the form of petrifying things. But one of the other things is box weapons are also tied to a respective element. So you have like lightning block boxes, rain boxes, or whatever. Sky flames are able to interact with any box.
But can't necessarily... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. However, say for example, one of Hibari's boxes allows him to summon a hedgehog, and the hedgehog can expand and grow extra because of the cloud flames in it. So while a sky flame is able to summon the hedgehog, it can't expand it and make it grow because it doesn't have the cloud flames properties.
Yeah. Everyone kind of gets a special box that has an animal in it. Skyflame harmonization is the reason Zanzas can combine Storm and Skyflames. Yes, it is. Gokudera gets a cat named Uri, which means melon, and I love that this silly little cat is named Melon. It's so cute. Ryohei gets a boxing kangaroo. Yamamoto gets both a dog and a bird. I don't know why he gets two, but he does. Suna gets a little baby lion named Natsu. I don't think Mukuro or Chrome get any animal. No, just Mukuro will, right.
Yeah. They steal someone else's box.
They steal someone else's box, that's what it is, yep. And Lambo gets a bull, which is fucking great. There's also, just in regards to the Archipelago, there is another character who showed up very, very briefly in the Varia arc, but in the future arc, she's not a baby anymore, and this is Lulmerch, who was supposed to be the, Rain Archipelago, but Colonello took her place, because she used to train Colonello, and the two kind of fell in love a little bit.
She was a military commander, Colonello was part of the military underneath her. And they like each other.
Yeah. So he's always telling her like, "Oh, you should just, forget about this and go like," he says to go be more feminine, but what he's really saying is go live your life and be happy. And that was the whole reason he tried to take her place as an Archipelago, but she still got some of the effects from it. And
so she got babified, but she
came
can
undone.
Grow up still.
Yeah, it kind of came undone. Building more of a bond between Suna and Lul. Lul worked for Suna, so yeah, I agree. Eventually Lul gets pretty injured and isn't able to continue fighting, but she does fight for a good, first half of the future arc, which is really, really nice. I do think that it could have been cool to see Lul and Suna talk about Iemetsu, because they both knew him in very different ways. But I guess it just couldn't happen. I do think it's very cool that we get this sort of outside perspective of the Archipelago. She's kind of our big window into what the Archipelago are like, since we don't get the final arc to be animated. But I do like her a lot, and she also just immediately tries to kill Gokudera and Suna upon meeting them, because she doesn't think they can survive. But she's a lot of fun. She's aggressive, she doesn't hold back, but I like her a lot, and I think that the relationship she has with Colonello is very important, and is really a big piece of her driving motivation, and it's really cool to get to see that window into the Archipelago more and more.
Yeah. Also, to cover it quickly, box weapons essentially they're a little box that has a hole in the top, where if you inject flames into it, the box opens up and something comes out of it.
Yeah.
Whether that's an animal or a weapon or something along those lines.
Yeah. Other people we get to see in the future actually are more helpful. So Futa and Bianchi are both there in the future. So Futa is helping with intelligence, Bianchi's also helping with that. And so is someone who you meet in daily life and is known for being fucking useless, but he's actually a very big ally in the future arc, Giannini, who is a big inventor. So he makes bikes for Suna and everyone. He's great. I really didn't like him in the daily life, but I think he improved a lot as a character during the future arc, just as a support person. Bike type. Yeah, Giannini. Bike type. Giannini is a very big help, and it helps facilitate the whole area. He makes the suit so Reborn is able to still live, despite the fact that he's supposed to be dead here.
Yeah. So essentially, in the future. So in the future, there's this thing going on called Tri-Set radiation, which basically is radiation that kills the Archipelago. So Giannini made a suit so that Reborn could survive more easily in that environment.
Yeah, and the reason Lul is still around is because she's a failed Archipelago. Although it is still killing her, it's just a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Other changes to the future include the fact that Mammon is dead, is no longer part of the Varia. So we get a different Mist who is partnered up very frequently with Belphegor. And wears a big frog hat because Belphegor misses the frog pet that Mammon had. We love Fran in this house. I love Fran. You love Fran.
Fran just gives no shits.
Just does not care.
Like Fran has suffered with the Varia for enough that they're just really deadpan and they just don't really care anymore.
Did he have a foot I don't remember.
But yeah, Fran just he's great.
I love
and
Fran. I love that
Belphegor has a habit of just picking on him a lot.
Belle will just throw knives at him, and they'll just stab Fran in the back, and Fran's like, again? Really?
And then Fran will just take the knives out and just bend them because it annoys Belle that they're bent and can't be used anymore.
And it's just like, you stabbed me, these knives are mine now. Fran is incredibly popular despite having very little screen time. That makes me very happy. Because I was like, who is this frog person and why are they popular? And then, like, we spend 5 minutes with him and I'm like, yes, I love the frog boy. Yes, please. More of this. Apparently, in the present, he has an apple hat instead. Of the same size.
Yeah. So it's something where, like, in the future arc, because the Milfiori is, taking over the world, essentially, the Varia do work alongside Suna's crew more.
Again, the enemy of my enemy
they're not in the
is my
same
friend.
place, but while Suna and his crew are dealing with stuff in Japan, the Varia are dealing with stuff in Italy under the same banner that, like, there's an outside threat right now, and ultimately we are all Vongola members. Varia is a subset of the Vongola, therefore we will like keep things safe over here. And we get a brief couple episodes that's just with the Varia.
Just what are they up to?
And they have evolved from being completely and utterly ruthless to a dysfunctional,
most dysfunctional family.
The funny dysfunctional family. They still got on each other's case a lot, but now that they're not the main villains, they play it a lot more for laughs.
Yeah. My favorite thing is the way that they're introduced in the future arc is just with Squalo yelling over a video call.
Yeah, because Squalo was always a loud, shouty boy, and then they just kind of
just amped it up to
really
11.
make that clear.
Yeah, just and just Yamamoto's like, Squalo! Because those two, something I really liked that they kept was the fact that after that fight that Yamamoto and Squalo had in the Varia arc, there's a lot of respect between those two for each other. They respect each other a lot.
Squalo respects Yamamoto as a swordsman, as someone who's able to surpass him. And
he helps teach him, yeah.
Yeah, because Squalo really doesn't lose sword fights. So the fact that Yamamoto was able to beat him in that instance was a sign of yo, this kid's got a lot of talent. And Yamamoto respects Squalo for being very fully ready to sacrifice himself to make sure that Yamamoto survived in the end there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was just really cool to see that even though they used to be such big enemies, there's a very big level of respect that the two share for each other. And I think that's not something we really get with any of the other villains. Even with Mukuro and how he's joined the family, he's still a little bit tsundere about it, I guess I want to say. He's still a little bit I'm not actually Vongola though. I'm just using it as a reason so I can possess Suna later and take over the Vongola myself and destroy it. But with Squalo and Yamamoto, there's a genuine acknowledgement of respect for each other and the way that they do care about each other. Squallow even shows up to train Yamamoto at one point, knocks him out, carries him like a potato sack, and just leaves. He's like, I'm here for him. Thanks. Bye. I'll see you in a few days.
Though there is also, like, a note to be made with Mukuro as well,
Mm-hmm.
where when Mukuro's, like, doing things, there is some level of connection between him and Suna.
Yes.
Like, the only two people that really sense when Mukuro does a thing are Suna and Chrome.
Yeah.
Which does suggest that Mukuro has created, in some way, a very small connection between the two of them.
Yeah. The reason the Varia got so comedic like Suna and the Guardians is because they're loyal to Zanzus when it seemed before that to be a Varia boss, you must kill the current one. Now with the Varia being loyal to Zanzus, they don't want to kill him, so they function as a goofy group because they're not constantly trying to kill each other. That's a good point. Yeah, it's because I think they respect Zanzus and are more loyal to him now, like, other than just Levy and Squallow, because Levy and Squallow were always loyal to Zanzus, but I think you're right there, where the others were just sort of loyal to the Varia itself as a job, and not necessarily to Zanzus himself. So I do think that's a good point.
And, like, though I do absolutely adore the one scene during that, where, like, Squallow is just, like, shouting over their communicators, just like, where is Zanzus? Why is he not fighting right now? And it's like, we, like, messed up his food order, and it's like, what do you mean? And, like, one of them gets, like, launched through the air, lands next to Squallow, and they're like, well, like, we tried doing this thing but it didn't work. It's like, well, we have backups for that. And then another one gets launched, and like, yeah, we couldn't find the backups, I think someone already ate them. It's like, well, we also had this other option. And then a third one gets launched, and it's like, yeah, but he really didn't want that or whatever. So it's just,
and eventually,
while they're having this entire fight over this area against these really important people, Zanzus is complaining that they're not cooking his food properly.
He's being a little baby. And eventually Zanzus has to go and be a mom and be like, excuse me, we have bigger things to deal with than your fucking food order.
Yes, Squallow is just the angry group dad trying to, like, hold everything together.
With Luceria
and
being
Luceria is group mom.
Who's just genuinely roots everyone on, which is kind of sweet in a way, considering how scared he used to be of everyone trying to kill him. It's good though. I love the Varia in the future, and I love, again, all the designs that get altered slightly for time going on. Zanzus looks great. I don't have a picture of him queued up, but look up Zanzus 10 years later. He looks fucking amazing.
Yeah, and then kind of with the end of that, when Zanzus finally does get to fight.
Mm-hmm.
I already kind of mentioned it, but they really show how much he's kind of grown with his, like, he still doesn't like Suna.
But there's a respect.
But they have
there.
a moment where like the person they're fighting is like, yeah, like if you join with me, I could give you the position of Vongola. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I don't give a fuck what you can offer me. If you're coming against the Vongola, no matter what part you're coming against everybody.
Yeah.
And ultimately, his alignment is still with the Vongola, and if you fuck with them, it doesn't matter what you can promise him in return. That's not the Vongola he would want to take over.
They are still united as a group, even if Zanzus wants to take Suna's spot in some way. Yeah. I love the 10 years later Bell design as well. I think it's fantastic. It's my preferred design for just the Varia in general. I think they all look better 10 years later, except for maybe Luceria. I'm not a huge fan of the red mohawk. Like, it's okay, but it's kind of
Luceria is also the one that, like, shows the most age with it.
That's true.
Like, they give Luceria just, like, a little bit of wrinkling.
Yeah, but that's because Luceria is kind of like Levy, where they're both older.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they'll badmouth each other, but it's like, well, just because we can badmouth each other doesn't mean you can badmouth us.
Yeah.
It is very cool to see the Varia turn into a much more comedic role, and I think they did that a lot better with the Varia than they did with like Ken and Chikasa, who were just kind of, their whole comedic thing was just being mean to Chrome, to which I was like, stop that! Don't be mean to my girl, I love her. We never get to see future Chrome except for one shot at the very end, which makes me very, very sad, because I would have liked to see Chrome in the future, personally. But, you know, that's just me.
Yeah.
I do.
But yeah, so like, basically, as mentioned before, it's like, oh yeah, little dweeb child was kind of behind everything, but then it's revealed not actually.
Yeah.
And it was all a plan to get because future Suna, really not wanting to like get too involved in a bunch of conflicts and whatnot, and knowing like with the fight against the Varia how much conflict the Vongola rings caused, had the Vongola rings destroyed.
And then realized, shit, we might need those powers, so we should probably bring everyone else to the future. Yeah,
when the Milfiore started making their like moves, it was revealed that like the Mare rings are also on the similar level of power as the Vongola rings. And the only way to properly
deal with them,
is to have the Vongola rings. So it was a big convoluted plan to, without the head of the Milfiore knowing, bring the Vongola rings back into the future to fight the Milfiore.
Oh yeah, and if 10 years later Suna had the Vongola ring still, Byakuran wouldn't have stood a chance. Absolutely. Before we fully talk about plot again, though, there is one more character who I think is a much better true neutral scientist than Verde, because Spanner, the blonde one on the top who's stacking books on Shuichi's head, I love this shot so much. These two are tech bros, by the way. They went to like school together and I love them. He was fully on like the Milfiore's side, and then saw that Suna hadn't perfected like the X-Burner yet, his special move. So Spanner went, nah, dude, I'm not gonna kill you. I want to help you perfect your move because I want to see it. It looks cool. And that's the whole reason he switched sides. And I love that so much. And I also love that they took, like, fucking big, scary Gola Mosca, which was the reason that the Ninth almost died, and Spanner just turned him into, like, a little baby microwave with mini Mosca.
It's so good.
Spanner was just an absolute joy to have around. Anytime he was on screen, I was just having a good time. He's very relaxed, but still manages to be comic relief in a way. And I adore him very much. And I ship him and Shoichi so much. I love my tech bros! Mini Mosca was adorable and made me forget that Gola Mosca even existed. Does Spanner share the same voice actor as 10 years later Lambo? Dude, that makes so much sense, because they didn't have anything for 10 years later Lambo to do.
Yeah,
I hear it. And that makes sense, because they didn't have anything for that voice actor to do, so they were like, hey, yo, you want to voice Spanner? I love Spanner, though. I think Spanner is one of the best characters that was introduced in the Future arc. He's very, very fun.
Yeah, and another thing to cover briefly is that gets revealed around this point.
Yeah.
Is the fact that Byakuran, the head of the Milfiore family, can communicate with themselves from other timelines.
Oh yeah, it's
so
wild.
So as we're talking about with the Trinity set earlier, well, the Vongola has generational power, the ability of time flowing from the past to the future. The Mare rings hold the power of horizontal time,
so you
and
can
being able to see across similar moments across different timelines.
Have a good night, Revan. We'll probably wrap up within the hour. Well, there's not too much left to cover, I don't think.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot left. We mostly have the funeral wreaths to go over.
Well, and two others.
Yeah, but with that, words.
That's okay.
Shoichi, in the care package that he never returned, were items for Lambo, including ammunition for the 10-year bazooka. So Shoichi ended up going to a bunch of different future timelines where he ended up meeting Byakuran, making Byakuran realize, oh,
I can communicate with myself.
I can communicate with myself. And basically accidentally triggers Byakuran,
It's all Shoichi's fault.
awakening his ability and attempting to take over the world in multiple different timelines.
Yeah, and the current, like, future timeline that they go to is the only one that Byakuran hadn't won yet. Which was, like,
Yeah.
insane. I felt so bad for Shoichi, my poor disaster boy.
Yeah. Shoichi didn't want any of it, and then
No.
it just kept on happening.
There's several characters who did not deserve what happened to them. Should also mention that the Sky Archibalenos don't tend to live as long as the rest of the Archibaleno. So they tend to be passed down. So Luce has already died, unfortunately. So she passed her stuff down to her daughter Arya, who is also dead, who passed down the pacifier to Uni. Now Uni was on Byakuran's side for a lot of the arc. Because apparently Byakuran had literally, like, broken her mind and had made her, like, side with him. Until she eventually realized what was going on and begged Suna for his protection. And Gamma, the blonde there, who is introduced as, like, one of the first big bads of the future arc, working for Byakuran, is only working for Byakuran so he can hopefully take him down and rescue Uni. For those of you who've seen the anime, you know where this shot is from. You know exactly where this shot is from. I don't think Gamma's her father, because Gamma didn't fall in love with Arya until Uni was already born. So I don't think he's her biological father, but I am like, he is her adoptive father.
Yeah.
And I did think it was a really big twist when we found out that, like, Gamma wanted to kill Byakuran because he was hyped up to be, like, Byakuran's lightning guardian at first. So for him to for us to find out, like, that Uni was mind controlled and then to not hear from Uni for so long, I remember being so confused, being like, "Where's Uni? Is she okay?" And just the whole time you were like, "Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen her." It was so rude. It was so rude. I just want her to be happy. And, like, she's precious, and she wanted nothing but to just help Gamma and to help Suna and Co. just defeat Byakuran, but didn't really know how to. Because she thought at first that she and Byakuran were just gonna have, like, a talk about the two families, and then Byakuran completely, like, took over her mind and was like, "Yep, the families are merging."
Yes. To establish the Milfiore was not, or like, is a newer family because
it's a combination of those two.
Yeah. Luce ran
Have a good night, Zeno.
The Giglionero,
yeah,
I believe is
Giglionero.
what it's called. Family, and Byakuran was the head of a different family. I can't remember the name of them.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember either.
when he kind of broke Uni's spirit, that's when they merged it together as the Milfiore, because the mare rings were originally Giglionero, like rings for the Giglionero family,
Mm-hmm.
and then he kind of just appropriated them. He was
just
for
like,
his own.
I'm just gonna take these. Thanks.
He wants to collect all of those. He wants to collect all the Archibaleno pacifiers, hence killing the Archibaleno.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants to collect
the
Vongola rings, because that's how he achieves his true full power. And the reason why this is the one timeline where he hasn't won yet was because this is the timeline that Suna said fuck it and broke the rings.
Yeah. So he hasn't been able to yet. And then, so eventually it's revealed that Gamma and Shoichi are not official guardians. And that the mare rings actually belong to the 6 funeral wreaths, which, I'm not gonna lie, I've ranged feelings of all of them, to not caring about the one on the far right so much that I cannot remember his name, to being absolutely in love with Kikyo, which is the green-haired one, who is to the right of Byakuran, who is in the center. I love Kikyo so much. He's so pretty. And I think he's the only one who survives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so from left to right, we got Daisy,
Yeah.
Zakuro, Byakuran, who...
The big bad.
Yeah, the big bad. Kikyo,
Yeah.
Bluebell, who's the small girl there, and then Tori Kabuto.
Oh, is that his name? Sakuro's pretty cool.
It is also the longest, most complicated name of them all.
It is, and spoilers, Tori Kabuto is just a fucking mask. It's just he's just
that
a haunted mask.
Is the only like actual part of him.
Yeah.
The rest of that is just a big cloak to make it seem like he's
a
person.
So, in order for Byakuran to get the rings, he decides to play a game called Choice with Suna, which is a randomly decided battle for the rings, which ends up being that if Suna, Yamamoto, and Gokudera can defeat Daisy before, Byakuran, Zakuro, and Tori Kabuto, I think, are the three, can beat...
It was Kikyo.
It was Kikyo, my bad.
Then Daisy, Kabuto, Tori Kabuto,
yeah,
and other miscellaneous
fucking
person
Genkishi.
that worked under Tori Kabuto,
fucking Genkishi.
who is revealed to be Genkishi, who is someone we kind of skipped
glossed over
over
because I don't like him.
But Genkishi was also a member of Uni's old family that betrayed that family and helped Byakuran merge them and get the mare rings in exchange for power.
Yeah, because Byakuran saved his life at one point.
Yeah.
And that was to see if they could beat Shoichi before Suna's family could beat Daisy. Now, the Cervello were the judges again, so red flag. And Yamamoto technically got to Daisy before the Millefiore, the Six Funeral Wreaths, got to Shoichi. But Daisy is immortal. So...
Yeah. Daisy, as their sun guardian, has... the activation ability of their flames is so powerful.
He cannot die.
Yeah, basically he can regenerate limbs. He does not, if you kill him, his flames bring him back to life.
Yeah, so it was an unfair fight. So even though Suna technically killed Daisy first, it didn't count, and they got to Shoichi first, and Shoichi was knocked out. And it was considered that the Millefiore won. And that was when Uni stepped in and said, hold on, I'm still second in command, and I'm asking for a rematch. Oh, it's a very cool ability. And I think this is, really where we get to see how fucking cool Byakuran is, because Byakuran is a very level-headed villain who never gets mad. And this was sort of the first time...
Yeah, because we see him throughout the future arc.
Yeah.
We're only really super talking about him now, but you see him interact with Shoichi a lot during the first half of the future arc.
Other members as well.
Yeah.
And throughout it, he's very casual. He
he
doesn't like when
gives
people call
little
him Sama.
nicknames.
He wants to just be referred by his first name without any honorifics. And he's very, very sweet about it all. Just all the time, and has this silly little smile. So,
Oh yeah. Also something we forgot to mention that happens during that part. We see him talking with his lovely assistant, Leo-kun. His assistant turns out to be someone that Mukuro possessed.
Yep.
To get close to Byakuran and learn some of their information and leak it. Byakuran knew this the entire time and just kind of let him do his thing
didn't
just to make things more
He
interesting.
was like, sure, this seems fun.
Just how casual and nonplussed he is about it. It's just like, yeah, I will let you leak important information that will hinder my family because I think it'll be fun to see how it plays out, and it's not going to change the end result.
Yeah, he only stopped it when it was just
When he
a little
does
too
finally
much.
call Bukuro out, they have a battle that happens like off screen. And when it cuts to the end of it, Mukuro is on his last legs, and Byakuran was not touched once.
Not a single scratch. And Mukuro, this is Mukuro 10 years in the future, so even stronger than current Mukuro, who could take down an Arcabaleno. And Byakuran had no fucking problem taking him out.
And that is such a important moment for showing just how powerful he is
Such a power
without
move.
giving away his abilities.
It was such a power move.
He handily took out one of the Vongola's strongest members without sustaining a single piece of damage.
I remember being so surprised when that happened, and I think that was such a clever way of showing you just how strong he is and getting you excited for that, because we knew how fucking strong Mukuro was, that he was evenly, if not maybe slightly stronger than Hibari, and also the fact that Mukuro had already taken out an Arcabaleno in the past. For Byakuran to just take out Mukuro so strongly with a smile on his face. Also, while Mukuro has like some pretty powerful rings with him.
Yeah, because with Genkashi, he had a hell ring, which is like a really powerful,
like almost on
mist
level
ring.
with like the Vongola rings.
Yeah. And then like when they're explaining the hell rings, they show like 4 or 5 other ones, and Mukuro has like 3 of them.
It never
So
gets
Mukuro
acknowledged.
has like half of like the most powerful mist rings that exist.
And he still couldn't lay a fucking hand on Byakuran. But yeah, despite Byakuran being all casual, like when Uni fucking betrays him, it's the first time that we like see him slip just a little bit. Where like, you know, he's still trying to keep that nice facade up, but you can see that he's like, Uni, what are you doing? Come back right now and I'll still forgive you. Like, oh, it's fucking powerful and it's terrifying as well. But the only time that Byakuran ever goes full scary is when he threatens one of his own subordinates, because Bluebell's like, why don't we just kill them all? And Byakuran goes like full scary.
And like throughout like it, Bluebell is a very affectionate character, and you see there's a lot of times like during the choice match, she's just like leaning on his shoulder and just like taking a nap like that. He's very okay with like her just kind of like physically being next to him and whatnot. But the moment she suggests, what if we just kill like if Uni is defecting, why don't we just kill her? We see for a moment just him staring down with the only like legitimate anger you've seen in him at this point. And it's like with his hand to her throat, just being like, if you
lay
ever
a hand on her,
do that or suggest doing that again, I will kill you.
It's so powerful because he never drops his facade like that. So for that to happen,
one like moment of seeing like him actually attempting to intimidate someone
fucking terrifying.
It's so powerful because it's just made so much like it's already like just like he's already just being intimidating enough as is, but the fact that it's such a rare thing for him to do, that he's so much more interested in like manipulating and coercing through with like a fake smile, that when he finally decides to drop that and is like, no, I'm not gonna like beat around the bush, I'm just gonna be straight with this, It's so
It's
good.
terrifying. I love it. He is honestly probably the scariest villain out of all of them because of how casual he is throughout everything, only to just be terrifying like that. Another thing I really like are the two manga exclusive, sorry, not the manga, the anime exclusive arcs that we get, like with both the first generation family and with the Archipelago, where everyone gets sent back to the past for like 3 days or something like that. And first of all, you have to see Yamamoto confront his dad again after learning that his dad dies. So Yamamoto is like, hey, do you want me to make you dinner? How about a massage? Like, can I help you out? And his dad's like, okay. What's going on here? And Yamamoto has to be like, nothing, man. It's all good. Because how the fuck do you tell someone that, hey, you're gonna die because of the situation that I'm involved in? And it's honestly one of the most tragic things. And it makes me, it breaks my heart. The only thing that breaks my heart more is, well, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I also love the trial of the Archipelago because it actually gives you an episode with each member of the Archipelago, including ones that you didn't really get to interact with beforehand. So you get an episode with Verde to see the kind of person he is. You get one with Fawn, who's Ipin's master, to see the kind of relationship that those two have with each other. I was really surprised that these were anime exclusive because they fit in so well. And so, like, if Reborn ever gets a full reboot, if they don't include the Archipelago trials and the first generation trials, I would recommend that people go watch those anyways, just so you can get more of a feel for those characters, because you don't get the opportunity to otherwise.
And honestly, I hesitate to call them filler arcs.
I don't
like. I think calling them anime exclusive arcs works better.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I don't see them as
they were
filler.
arcs that were made with the hindsight of like, okay, here's stuff that happened in the manga. Let's introduce these things earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't
and
really
it just
consider anything
works really well as that. Whereas it's not just like, oh, padding for time. It's like, no, these are additions to the story that legitimately just help make it flow nicer.
It gives you the chance to get to know these very, very important characters that you don't get the chance to know otherwise. So yeah, I think calling them filler is like a disservice. I think calling them anime exclusive makes a lot more sense. And we get the same thing with the first generation, who's referred to back so many times. And yes, they are just recolored versions of of the freaking family.
They are palette swaps.
They are palette swaps. Yes, they are. They have canon things in them when it comes to characters. They probably do, but those are probably locked behind those like final 2 arcs that didn't get into the anime. So it's really nice to have these to get to know them. And even the trials of the first generation are very interesting. Like how G takes Gokudera's form for a day and is like, who was the more competent right-hand man? And for Suna to go, I don't care how competent you were as a right-hand man. I like Gokudera because he's my friend.
Yeah,
just stuff like that.
Just being like, and like before that as well, with him just being like, well, Gokudera, you failed. Like you weren't as good of a right-hand man as I was being. You failed, leave. And Gokudera's like, no, I don't care whether or not I'm in the family or not.
Yeah, Suna's my friend.
What matters is that I'm here with Suna. And that's like, actually, that was the real test there. You passed.
It's very heartwarming. It's also just Yamamoto's Rain fight where he meets the first generation Rain, and it's like, okay, the trial has started, and Yamamoto immediately starts attacking him because Yamamoto's like, I have to take everything super seriously. I cannot ignore anything anymore. And it's the one time that Yamamoto did not like take things into perspective or like think things through, and that's what made him fail. No way the first family isn't related to the 10th in some way. Well, absolutely, Giotto is related to Suna. We don't know about the others, though. I wouldn't
be surprised, though.
Oh, yeah. I do love that Knuckle was a professional boxer and gave it up to become a fucking priest.
Yeah.
It's like, why? Why did you do that? very funny. And it was very cool to see, like, Demon Spade, even though he was such a troublemaker, that Giotto also had someone who was kind of out to get him as a member of his family. And that, you know, Lampao, because they're not creative with these names, was also just as much of a brat as 5-year-old Lambo is. But we know that Lambo ages past that.
Yeah, then Elodie.
Is that the Cloud one? I can't remember his
Yeah,
name.
the Cloud Boy.
What even? I can't even remember. Doesn't he just, like, give it to him?
He like like his and Knuckles' trials were handled at the same time.
Right! Because Ryohei just insisted on being there for Hibari.
Yeah, Ryo was just like, I will get you to do this no matter what, and just badgered him the entire time. And Knuckles like, yeah, you got the spirit, kid. And then Elodie's was like, you maintained your distance, you said no a bunch, but when the time finally came that something was going to happen, you stepped up.
That's what it was, yeah. I love that friendship. I forgot about that.
Yeah, but they also, like, established that Elodie was the one that created the, like, external committee.
Mm-hmm.
So Iemetsu is basically the current head of the organization that Elodie created.
Yeah, which I do think is also very cool.
And Damon Spade was the one that basically got the second into their position of power.
Yes, the second boss, which people say that Giotto feared. Because Demon liked him more. Fuck Demon Spade, Mukuro's way cooler anyways. But yeah, after those trials, they come back to the future for, like, the final fight. And in order to help restore balance, I'm gonna go all the way back to that picture of Uni. Uni decided to sacrifice herself to bring back the Archibeleno, and her death scene is the most heartbreaking thing I have seen in anime. I fucking bawled when it happened because she knew that it was the right thing to do, but she was so scared. And for Gamma to just run in and be like, you don't have to do this alone, let's go together, fucking killed me.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm still, like, my eyes are watering just from it. It was fucking heartbreaking, and I loved every second of it. There's so few deaths in this show, and I think that was rightfully so the most impactful one. Because all you fucking wanted for Uni was for her to be free and for her to be happy. And that she wasn't able to get that because of Byakuran. She had to make a tough call, and I'm just sad thinking about it now.
Yeah, ultimately, like, her entire future was robbed from her because of all of this.
It's fucking heartbreaking.
Yeah. But that opens up the opportunity for Suna to be able to fight Byakuran.
And it also, when we go back 10 years in the past, technically she's still alive, so maybe we can help her. Byakuran himself is such a fun villain. I've said this word with you before, but he's fucking majestic with the way he carries himself. Even when he loses and he dies with a smile on his face and just goes, well, I lost. It's just a complete acknowledgement. The whole thing was nothing but a game to him.
Yeah, and, like, during the fight, he has a bit more of that same snap that he had before.
Oh yeah, he
but
gets
in
a
the end,
scary.
he's able to recompose himself.
He's like, you really want the game to end? Like, you're not enjoying this? You would rather go back to a mundane life? And he realized that Suna, that's all Suna wants. And that it's a different of ideals. And that Suna simply just bested him. So for literally the scariest, most composed villain of the series to die in such a... I don't know, honorable's not the right word. In such a peaceful way, gracious way, yes. I was taken aback by it, and it's something that I still go back to the second last episode just to hear him say it once in a while, just that, Liz? Byakuran's your favorite villain? Yeah, honestly, I think here's the difference between Zanzis' fight and Byakuran's fight. Zanzis' fight is the most important for Suna as a character, but I think Byakuran's was the biggest impact story-wise, just because of the way he was hyped up, how he presented himself throughout the entire show, and you just, you think someone like that who finally lost the game, who was slipping so much in that final fight, was gonna be mad or go down screaming or something. So for him to just accept it and be okay with it, I loved that. I really liked that about him. Yeah, he was a fucking monster of a person, but, like, he knows when he's beat, I guess.
Yeah. He's able to handle his failures.
It's very interesting. I wonder how they handled him in, like, the arcs afterwards, because I know he's still alive in the past, and that when they went to the past, everyone in the past remembers what happened in the future. So it makes me really curious as to, like, how that works and what's gonna happen there.
Yeah. And also, like, something with, like, this final fight and the fights in general, they don't last very long.
They don't drag.
They don't do the typical shonen thing of, oh, this fight lasts, like, 8 or whatever episodes. I know I already mentioned this earlier, but yeah, this final fight is only, like, 2 episodes long.
Maybe 3, but yeah. It's...
Like I think, like, 3 if you count, like, the, like, build up to it.
True. It doesn't overstay its welcome.
Yeah. They get their cool fights in. They get those, like... They get that stuff in there, but it doesn't feel like it overstays its welcome. It doesn't feel like you got a bunch of fighting for the sake of fighting.
All the fights have
like,
meaning.
the dialogue over it. They have them, like, talking, conversing, whatever. And kind of once they run out of things for those characters to say, that's when the fight ends.
Yeah. They give you time to savor and enjoy the fight, and like you said, it doesn't overstay its welcome. It never drags. It's always done in they struggled a little bit in the Kokyo arc, where 2 fights were handled in 1 episode. And I think they learned from that and were like, okay, let's give us a little bit more time for each fight, but we don't want to do what anime like Dragon Ball and Naruto have done, where they drag on for just like 8 episodes or something like that. It's they take their time to make it enjoyable, but they make sure that it doesn't drag around too long. And that's really nice.
Dragon Ball. More like Drag On Ball.
Yikes.
Am I right?
Yeah, Sabanon, if
yeah,
you...
like, as someone who's a fan of Dragon Ball, and like like, it's something like they are very different. Like they are very different things. Like Dragon Ball is a fighting anime. It's a lot of it is about the fights, but it's something where I can very much enjoy the Katekyo that they didn't do. I can sit down and enjoy, like, yeah, this is a long Dragon Ball fight. Okay, let's enjoy this. They've got some cool choreography in there, but that's not really what Katekyo's about. It has battle in it, but
it is a battle anime, but that's not everything that's
there's
in it.
very few fights where something doesn't happen character-wise in them.
Everything, they took what they had in daily life and made sure to run with it, to use what they had already created and continue to have those character-driven moments.
Yeah.
Sorry,
like, even as early as the Kokyo arc, we see, we see, like, with even, like, a Bianchi fighting MM, like we see this moment where Bianchi is like being serious and actually helping out the group for once properly. We see like Yamamoto, who really cares about baseball, sustaining an injury that would prevent him from playing for a bit in order to defeat Ken. We see all these instances of these characters. There's always something going on in each fight. There's always something
There's a purpose.
bigger happening. And it's just really cool to see how they use those to develop them as like an obstacle for them to overcome, as opposed to just we need another enemy to build up to.
Yeah. Again, I understand why people don't like Byakuran as much as Zanzis, because it is definitely more of a story-driven fight rather than a character-driven fight. But it still works very well and still manages to serve the characters in a meaningful way. I think Zanzis' fight was more meaningful for Suna as a character, but I do think that Byakuran's fight was very meaningful for Uni and for Gamma and for everyone as a whole. And again, none of those big epic fights ever overstay their welcome, which I really like as someone who can get a little bit impatient. It's very nice that every fight has a clear motivation behind it. Every fight has a purpose. It's never really fighting for the sake of fighting, with the exception of, like, maybe one or two early in the future arc, because they're trying to establish, hey, there's a fucking war going on.
Yeah.
But that's...
Or, like,
yeah.
when they're, like, breaking into the Milfiore base, there's a couple, like, well, the Milfiore are gonna try and stop them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But even then...
Ricky,
like,
thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, Ricky.
Yeah. But even then, you have things like their fight against, like, gingerbread, which is used to explain more about the Archipeleno.
Oh, yeah. There are so many villains and fights that we did not mention here, by the way, just because there's so many of them, and we would be here for days if we did. Just straight up.
There is so much stuff you can talk.
There's
I mean,
so much.
There's 203 episodes of the show.
Yeah.
And they're pretty densely packed with a lot of good stuff.
There's a lot of good shit in this. Honestly, I do think this is one of, like, the hidden gems of shonen. And I think one of the big reasons it didn't succeed as much in the West as it should have is because it didn't get that localization. As much as people shit on dubs, like Bleaches and Naruto's and One Pieces, those got big because they had English localizations. Not everyone is willing to sit through an anime that's that long that they have to read, instead of being able to just watch and enjoy it. I know that was a really big thing I worried about when you wanted to show me this show, was I was like, I don't know if I can sit through an entire anime that's only subtitled. Sorry. But
yeah.
Honestly, it's so good. It's so worth it. I love the dynamic between everyone so much. It's a really lovely show that has very big found family vibes, but also really fun action. And I'm so here for it.
Yeah, there's just so much stuff in this show that, like, we could not touch on everything.
No, there's no way.
Like, there's a lot of really small touches, like characters wear different outfits. Like, in the future arc, they reasonably, like, constrain it to, like, having more set outfits.
Like 2 or 3.
Like, because, like, you suddenly got transported to the future, you didn't bring your wardrobe with you.
Yeah.
But during daily life, everyone has, like, 4 or 5 different outfits that they cycle through. Like, like, the only person that really doesn't is Hibari, and that's because he's so obsessed with the school that the only thing he wears is the school uniform.
The school uniform, yeah. Except until he gets to
Or,
the
like,
future, then he has a suit.
Or, like, Epin and Lambo have very, like, specific outfits, and Reborn, but, like, all of, like, the main guardians and whatnot. And, like, Kyoko and Haru and
Bianchi as well, yeah.
Bianchi, like, they took the time to give them all these different outfits,
It's such a
and
small thing, but it's so good and makes everything feel more
you
alive.
just rarely see that in shonens.
You
And,
rarely
like,
see it in
and
kids'
even in a
specifically,
lot
yeah.
of other anime, there's just or, like, anything on that front, it's like, well, it's just so much effort to put extra stuff into that.
Mm-hmm.
Why not just have single iconic outfit and, like, change it, like, every now and then?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, they just add so much stuff like that, and as mentioned, there's all these little callbacks to things that happened before, little bits of continuity that they keep up.
You can tell that Reborn was really something that was a labor of love, even after it turned into a battle anime from what it originally was. It really wanted to honor the roots that it came from. It didn't want to retcon everything that they put in. They wanted to use that to tell a good story that just included battles in the future, and I think that was a really smart thing to do.
Yeah, just ultimately, they don't ever erase any of the charm of the characters.
No, if anything, it just gets enhanced as time goes on, and you get to see them grow in different ways.
Yeah, like you get to see how like these serious situations push them and like make them question things. Like there's a moment where Yamamoto in his training with Squallow promises, "Yeah, I'll give up baseball until we're done." And at that point, I'm gonna go back to
Yeah,
baseball
exactly. He's like,
because
I'm
like
putting it off for now, but even then,
and
that's
like
very good.
that infuriates Squallow to no end. Because he's like, "You're so good with swords. You could be better than me. You
Yamamoto's
could be
like,
better than anyone. And you
but
want to
baseball.
fucking play
But
baseball?"
baseball.
And Yamato's like, "Yes.
Yeah, baseball.
I want to have this power to like protect my friends and make the world a better place. But at the end of the day, I don't want to fight people all
I
the
want to
time.
play
I want to
baseball.
hit ball."
But bat hit ball, make brain very happy.
Yeah, and just like it never feel like as much as they push characters, it never feels like any of the characters lose who they are.
Oh, never. Everyone
Like
still has big elements of who they were at the beginning. They absolutely
like
grow, but they're still themselves.
like there's such a powerful like bit in the future arc where Suna is under so much fucking pressure because he
Yes.
like his it's like, hey, like people's like families have died. I don't know what's going on with my family. I don't know if my dad and mom are safe right now. Last we know they were in Italy, but we're not fully sure what's up with them right now. Uh like we have to keep everything secret from the girls right now because at that point they didn't want to let
They didn't
Coco and
want them to
Haru know,
worry.
hey, by the way, we're in the middle of a giant mafia war and our lives are in danger every second of the day.
Yeah.
So he's trying to hide that from them. He's trying to deal with the fact like I need to get stronger or else we won't be able to succeed. We have time limits. And he snaps. He gets like really angry at like he shouts at Lambo and like gets really snappy with Haru when she confronts him on it. And like you see how that situation pushed him and like cracked, but the genuine regret and like the dedication to not do that again afterwards and be better afterwards is so good.
He felt terrible when that happened. I remember that was such a big moment for him where he was like, that's not the kind of person I want to be. That was not fair. And that he had to go and apologize. Another really big moment that I really love from the future arc that we kind of glossed over was the fact that Chrome, even after she shows up in the Varia arc, is very separated from the rest of the Vongola. So when they do eventually find her in the future, like her past self in the future, and they take her back to the base with them, she's like very shy and doesn't know how to like interact with anyone, and she's kind of even just scared to go out of her room to eat because she's not used to people caring about her. And it just feels so overwhelming. And Epin, of all people, just grabs 2 dumplings, goes into her room, sits next to her, and is just like, food's better when you eat it with people. And
Yeah, because like
that's the first moment where Chrome is able to accept someone from the Vongola family as a genuine friend of hers. Sorry, it sounded like you were gonna say something.
yeah, but like because something where like Haru and Kyoko had tried multiple times with Chrome as well before then. It wasn't just like, oh, Ipin was the first to try and get Chrome to be part of the group. Like they all wanted to be part of the group, but
they didn't know how to push her to it.
it just took Ipin going out of her way, just one-on-one, and instead of like having a lot of the pressure of a bunch of people, like being like, hey, you should like spend time with everyone. You should do this. Just having one just like come up, just be like very casual with it, and just a very small, controlled setting where it's just one other person, and there wasn't any real pressure, and like we see things with like Mukro also pushing her to be more independent, be like, no, you're also the Mist Guardian.
Yeah. Like this is our
And
role, not just mine.
yeah, and like she's able to start supplying her own organs
Her own
instead of needing
illusions.
Mukro to do the illusions for her all the time.
She's still the same sweet, timid person she was before, but she has a little bit more confidence behind it as time goes on.
Yeah,
she never
and
loses
she's able
who
to,
she is.
And she slowly integrates more with the other girls, and it's just very good.
It's so good. I love the girls' friend group. It's so good. I want Uni to be in that friend group, and she was when they all went back to the past. And I'm so sad that she's gone. I'm so sad.
Yeah.
I'm so sad. Her death, again, is like the saddest anime death that I've ever had to experience. I think the only death that's gotten me bawling like that was Penny from Ruby. But like, dude, that crushed me when that happened. Because I wanted nothing but the world for her.
Yeah, they just have so many genuinely fun characters.
I love the flashback with Luce and Reborn when they first meet. And Luce says that she likes Reborn's curly sideburns, and you can see to this day that Reborn still has the curly sideburns. I don't know, it's a small thing, but we don't really get to see anything of Luce because she's dead even in the present. Like in the present, it's Arya, it's her daughter. So I don't know. I think it was really cool that we got an interaction where like Luce made cookies for everyone, and where she complimented Reborn's sideburns, that he took that to heart enough. I'm a big Reborn and Luce shipper. I think that Reborn is Uni's grandfather. Just my own little personal theory that never got confirmed, but I think it's true.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite character?
Yeah, and like, there's just such great character design. It really, by having such a focus on the friendships, it kind of defies the usual shonen friendship is power dynamic, where it's not just, oh, my friends believe in me, therefore it's this, but like, you see with Gokudera, like, choosing to live instead, how those, like, it's not like, oh, the power of friendship gave him the power to push forward. It's like, no, it gave him the power to choose living is more important. And they just do such a good job with all of that, with just, like the characters are great, the story is great.
Frederica Rika, thank you so much for the raid!
Welcome,
For those of you who don't know, my name is Dimension Eliana. You can call me Eliana or Ellie for short. I'm a variety streamer who mainly plays a lot of games. Today we are not playing games. We are instead talking about my favorite anime, Katekyo Hitman Reborn. You're near the tail end, so we've already gone over the entire plot, but I hope you enjoy your stay. Let me give you a shout out, Frederica, because I think all my mods have gone to bed. But I hope your stream went well.
Also, she's an absolute cutie.
No.
That's a little adorable little Ellie.
No.
Even though my PNG there makes me look shorter, even though I'm significantly taller.
It is Hitman Reborn. That's exactly what we were talking about. Your bottleness. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, Ricky. Yeah, we were talking about Hitman Reborn and everything we love about it. You're near the tail end of the stream, unfortunately.
Yeah, but
yeah,
like amazing character design, like visually and their personalities.
Oh yeah.
They do such a good job with the story. I love Suna's position as such just a caring and empathetic person.
Oh yeah, he never loses that. I also love that despite the fact that the anime, got canceled before the manga, it doesn't feel like it did. Like, if I was told that the future arc was the end of the anime, like, and the manga as a whole, I would believe you.
Yeah, they cut it off at a really good point.
Mm-hmm.
For having it be canceled, it ended in a really good spot, and it didn't feel like they had to scramble with it.
Yeah, there's only one loose end in it, which is when we meet Kawahira, and he's just like, yeah, I know who you all are, and then he just dips.
Yeah, that's the one thing where it's like they don't really fully wrap up.
No, because they couldn't, unfortunately.
Yeah, like the combat in this anime is so good.
It's also
and you get some cool unconventional weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'd honestly say even more so than Ruby unconventional weapons all the time, because Ruby's
that's
a lot of them is thing with gun. You have person who has dynamite that turns into an arm cannon later. You have poison cooking. You have a clarinet that microwaves things from a distance. You have the yo-yo man.
The yo-yo man. I want to be a yo-yo man. He cried, make me a yo-yo man. But the yo-yo man did not answer. He just kept on yoing. You got fucking teeth cartridges.
You have handcuffs.
That's right. Fucking Hibari gets handcuffs. That's why all the fangirls like him.
Yeah, one of the other important reasons why they like him so much.
Yeah, it's because he gets handcuffs. So the main character's weapon is gloves. What? Gloves? That's not usually a thing for a signature weapon. Oh, they're awesome gloves. And fucking learning those new techniques. I think 0 Point Breakthrough is one of my favorites of being able to go into reverse dying will mode to counteract Zanzas' flames. I never would have thought that would be something that you could do. But it's so cool, and it's so clever. And it's very interesting because I don't think Zanzas would ever be able to do that. No, right? Just based on the kind of person he is and the brute force method he takes, even though he's seen it done, even though his dad did it on him, I don't think there's a way he could have done it himself.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just... I love this show.
I love this show so much. It's so good. I'm showing so many people this show right now, and honestly, if you take anything away from the stream, I know we spoiled the whole show, but please go watch it. Please go watch it. This show is fucking amazing. Okay, so... Oh, yeah. So your favorite opening song is Listen to the Stereo, right?
Yeah, Listen to the Stereo is the best opening.
That's the last opening. My favorite is 88, which is the first one for the future arc. Who's your favorite character, though?
Ooh, favorite character.
Boys and Girls is a fantastic one. That's a very good choice, Waddles.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, Boys and Girls is also favorite. There's not really any of them that I don't like.
Yeah, I think Last Cross is kind of just okay. I know that's Kira's favorite, but for me, that's the one that I'm just kind of like, it's alright.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think, favorite character. I do really like Gokudera.
He's very good.
Bell's very good.
He bird best character, obviously.
And Byakuran is just so
okay,
cool.
Here, let's make these lists a little easier. Favorite member of the Vongola family?
Of the Vongolas, I would say that one goes to Gokudera.
That's fair. Mine's probably, if not Gokudera, then Chrome. Favorite Kokuyo character. And Lancia counts as
Mukuro.
Yeah, Mukuro. Same. Mukuro's my favorite character of all time. Last Cross is the least good out of all of them. Okay, thank you. I also I'm like I think Last Cross is okay. I don't think there's a bad opening, but Last Cross is my least favorite. Favorite Varia, you're gonna say Belle.
Bell, yeah.
I'm gonna say Squallow.
Yeah, Squall is the other
I'm
one
gonna
that's
say
up there
Squallow
for me.
or Fraud. And then favorite Squallow's so good. And then favorite future arc character, because there's just too many.
Yeah, Byakuran.
Uni. Of course you like the villain and I like the fucking victim.
Yeah, but that's how that tends to work out.
Checks out. I'm just like, she's precious, and you're like, hey, evil boy.
He's such a cool evil boy.
He's a very cool evil boy. He's amazing. He's the only shonen villain I would classify as majestic. I love that his final form wasn't even like a box weapon thing. It was just, he had just achieved that much power that the dude could just sprout wings.
Yeah,
Fucking
he like
wild.
so much flame coming out of him that it just turns into wings.
It's amazing. Yeah. I know most people's favorite characters is usually Hibari, and I get why people like Hibari, but I'm also like, meh. He's okay.
I also do really like Hibari.
I
but...
like when he kicks ass. Who's your favorite Arcabaleno?
Yeah.
Is it just Reborn?
Favorite Arcabaleno? Ooh.
Yeah. Gotta do the big think. I think my favorite is either Squallow. Sorry, what a Squallow?
Yes.
That's not what I said.
The Arcabaleno Squallow.
No, that's not. I meant to say Colonello, but my brain fucked up because they're both brain. Chrome is best girl, absolutely. I cosplayed as Chrome recently. I meant to say Colonello, but my brain fucked up. Sorry.
Squallow.
No, that's... my brain fucked up, okay? My favorite is either Colonello or Fawn.
Kora!
Kora! Every time he says it, I feel the need to say it as well. I also love how the show just goes, boss. I love the way they say it. Boss. Skull is very cool design-wise.
Yeah. Probably for me, it would be either Colonello or Reborn.
I know that our friend Nova's favorite character is Reborn as well. He's just fun. I'm very sad that we don't get a lot of I'm happy that we do get the flashbacks that we do of Reborn as an adult, but I wish we got
actually,
more of them.
No. Favorite Arcabaleno is probably Lol.
That's fair.
Lol's cool. Yeah. We like her.
Oh, yeah. Hey, do you know what the Hebrew word... boss? Oh, that's just boss. That's just boss. Are you saying boss in Hebrew? Boss?
Bus.
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 It's also... I also love that the only Japanese word I learned from Katekyo Hitman Reborn is Judaime, because that's what Gokudera calls Suna, because it means 10th. If it ever gets a dub, I don't even want him to say 10th. I just want him to say Judaime anyways, you know? I don't think they will. I think they'll just make him say boss if it ever gets dubbed. But I want it to just be Judaime! Dude, I want this, I know there's currently rumors of a reboot being in the works or a continuation. Please. Please make it happen! I want it so bad. This show is so good, and so many people deserve to know that it exists. Cause
everybody go and support the official release. Make it happen.
Everyone go get Crunchyroll and watch the show. Please. Support the release. Buy merch. I've bought merch.
We are not sponsored.
No.
But we just fucking love this show.
We love this show very much. Go find whatever official way you can to support this show and support it. Please watch it. It's a very, very good show. It became my favorite show very quickly. Shaman King had a reboot. There's still hope for Katekyo Hitman Reborn. I mean, fucking Bleach got, new episodes and stuff. So I'm really hoping that Reborn can get something. I want this so bad. I I adore this show, and there's a reason I'm rewatching it with all my friends, is because I think they deserve to know that this show exists, and because I love it so much. I don't know if the manga ever officially got an English release. That's a good question. Again, I haven't read the whole manga, so I don't know, and whenever I do find it virtually. So I don't know if the manga ever got, like, an official hard copy English release. Dude, if it has a paper release, though, then maybe I should buy it. I would love to do that. Yeah. Go find... I mean, they did the Nendroids for Reborn, like, back in 2018, which is way after the show ended. Also, Squallow's Nendroid has a big fish.
Yeah.
Just fucking great.
A gift.
A gift. I've heard very good things about the Curse of the Rainbow arc, which I very much want to read at some point. But this is probably all the time we have, considering we've got an hour over stream.
Yeah, we went an hour over and we started an hour early.
Yeah, there was a lot to
4
cover.
4 hours of Katekyo goodness.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting VOD to upload. I'm excited though. I'm gonna put it on my YouTube for anyone who missed parts of it or anything. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming. I really, really appreciate it. You can follow my Twitter if you'd like. Next stream is going to be on Thursday, which will be my 2-year stream anniversary. I hope that you can make it. If you can't, totally understandable. Feel free to join my Discord as well. We like to hang out in there and post a lot of memes. And yeah, thank you all so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Let me see if there's anyone we can raid. If not, then we'll just sort of fade into oblivion.
Wow.
Wow.
Can't believe you're not gonna tell people to...
Okay, and thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, Ricky. Go follow Raymond. Otherwise, he's gonna pout. Well, sorry, Raymond, when was the last time you streamed? Exactly.
The last time I streamed was
exactly.
April 21st, 2022.
Huh. I'm up to 1 year since you streamed.
Yeah, cause I am a poor person that needs to, because I honestly probably want to get a different mic before I start streaming again.
Makes sense.
Just because this one's been a little
the
iffy, and having a standing mic instead of a handheld one would probably be nicer for streaming.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that you still use a handheld mic boggles my mind.
But it'll happen eventually. Got a new laptop that can actually handle it properly now.
Hell yeah.
And I'm gonna be moving to a place that's gonna have some very nice internet.
Yeah, very excited for you. I'm just trying
to... So yeah, I'll probably within the year I'll start doing stuff again.
Oh, very good.
Well, in the meantime, you can just have me around for stuff.
I mean, absolutely. No, I would.
Also, I'm pretty sure something exciting is happening next Tuesday in terms of things that you're streaming.
I'm starting Sonic Adventure 2. I was like, what else is going on? My fucking 2-year anniversary is on Thursday. What other interesting thing could possibly be happening?
Sonic Adventure 2 is my childhood. I spent so much time playing that game as a kid.
Oh yeah. I'm
very excited for you to experience it in all its janky glory.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. Let's go with Echo Asti. Echo ST? Echo Asti. Yeah, we'll rate her. I don't know how to say her name, but that's okay.
Well, you're not gonna be the one that has to be able to say it, so it's all good.
It's true. Exactly. Okay. That's a great question. I have no idea.
I would recommend Hero. It's just
the Hero, yeah.
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 Theoretically, there's no correct answer, but Hero gives you the stuff from Sonic's perspective, and then you get the perspective from the
The
villains on
Yeah.
the dark side, which I think it's cool for like adding like a secondary layer of like during the hero side you see like you know your typical like, oh, the villains are doing this, villains are doing that, and then you get to see a peek behind the curtain of like, oh, here's what's been like going on with all their plotting and whatnot.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Also City Escape is objectively the best first level.
Okay.
Because it's better to have your best your first level be a Sonic stage than to be an Eggman stage.
That's fair. Okay.
Sets the tone a little nicer.
Yeah. So I've put the raid messages in chat for if you are subscribed and don't have access to emotes, and if you are subscribed and do. Next time I'm streaming will be on Thursday at probably 9 p.m. I will reinforce that in my Discord though. For my 2-year anniversary. Thank you all so much for coming. I really appreciate it. And I hope you all have a good night. Make sure you go follow Raymond. Goodbye.
Have a great night, everyone.